Hey chat, we're gonna play some D&D today. We're talking about some inappropriate things at the moment, but I'll get it back in a second.
It is.
It's appropriate. We're talking about
the relative speed of a dick.
Of a dick.
It also depends on the context of where the dick is. Like if it's just like in the pants, it's not doing much.
Is it faster in water or on land?
Is it colder? Is it cold or hot? Because if it's hot, there's more swing potential. If it's cold, you know, it's not
if it's hot.
He said
And then also, like in bedroom context, is it like just sensual or is it like a tender?
No bedroom. No bedroom.
No bedroom. No bedroom.
Because we're talking about a foot race.
Oh, this is
Purely a foot race.
This is getting out of hand quick.
No.
Okay. Sup, you guys are live. I didn't even do an intro because I'm fucking lazy for D&D intros now these days.
It's the same. I barely did one. I'm trying to fix something.
I feel like most of the top streamers don't even do intros. They're just like, fucking
this one?
A lot of the top streamers I watch, they have a little bit of intros.
Is it
really?
They also have
I watch
little,
like when I think of top streamer, I just think of public, and that guy just fucking sends it.
I don't remember.
Some of the streamers I watch, they have like little animated videos that like tell a story or do something or like.
It's like I can't even afford to get a drawing of my fucking D&D character. They have like animated of themselves playing video games. It's like what the fuck.
I made my own video for Tarkov, and then I lost it.
They had a fan do it, or they can afford it because they're making money.
Yeah.
I don't know if y'all have noticed that freaking constellation thing Fork has. Is that the intro or the outro? I don't remember.
It's the intro and the be right back. It's been there for a while.
I fucking love it. That shit is sick.
Were you there when he was making it? He made it on
Piskel.
Yeah. He did it on stream.
Is your hair purple?
Yes. Yes.
Honestly, I wish.
I'm wondering if it's the light or did you dye it?
Well, what do you think?
I think it's the light mostly right now.
It is.
Yes.
I do the light to.
But it looks so cool.
Yeah, exactly. It looks cool. That's why I do it.
When I came into your stream yesterday, I thought you dyed your hair too, and then I was like, "That's the light. It's
the light." Yeah, you could tell by looking at the headphones what color I've chosen today.
Alrighty. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut off your hair talking.
Yeah, you did.
I was looking in my book. I wasn't paying attention. I turned around and I was like, "Well, here we are."
I know you.
That is me. If my sounds would work, I'd be punching you right now. But my fucking sounds don't work anymore.
You're safe.
It's very annoying.
What is that from?
My audio is good.
Price is Right.
Price is
Right.
All right, now I'm going to cut you off. Last time, our heroes, having chased a vampire away from one of their homes, managed to find safe haven in the Temple of Moradin in town, where they discussed their next move, some of them discussing with their friend about reaching out to Moradin herself. After discovering there was a path down to the catacombs through the temple, they made their way there, convincing one of the higher-ups of the temple to accompany them down there. They made their way down 4 sections, getting into a fight on one of them and avoiding what seemed to be a dangerous fight on another one, before making their way to what they presume is the base floor, which was covered in about 2.5 feet, 3 feet of what appeared to be some sort of blood-like material mixed in with the muck and gunk that they had encountered before. They trudged their way through, eventually coming to a turn where they could hear what sounded like some sort of rushing water or whirlwind or something. After a failed stealth attempt by their little gnomish friend, the ranger decided to send her little dragon pet in to scout forward. after some time without any answer or word from the little dragon friend, they decided that they should go ahead and move on forward. And when they did, they encountered a very large demon boy and their vampire friend that they had met once before, and a couple of other new faces that at least their new companion recognized one, the other one unrecognizable to either of them. A brutal melee ensued where some were downed by the absolutely hulking beast. And
I
then
died.
as the beast was defeated, it detonated in the center of them, dealing a hefty amount of damage to not all of them, most of them, as it sent both Rose and Scalefound unconscious. Well, Rose died. Scalefound went unconscious and then failed his saving throws. Aenolf also went unconscious, but was stabilized by Baron. And Baron then had to take over the hasty role of medicine man, where he revivified Rose and then rushed over to Scalefound to revivify him as well.
Baron was juggling.
So we come back to everyone is currently alive. Aenolf is still unconscious but stabilized, so he's not making saving throws. He's just kind of laying on the ground, breathing heavily. And Rose is kind of in the same way. She's alive, but her human body is not able to take as much beating as some others and is slowly coming to consciousness. Scalefound is currently
Puking.
coming to as well. As Baron revivifies Scalefound, Drithla, that was once on her knees beside him, stands up and looks to you, Baron, and says, need to find Ileana, and kind of steps off into the shadows to start looking in the room.
Is that the first time Baron has revivified?
It is. And you did it twice
is.
in very short succession.
Okay. I think he'd be in disbelief. He'd be very quiet, just not because I have COVID, but also just because I think that was like a double Hail Mary for him. And he's shocked and pleased that it worked, but he also sees the state of his friends currently. And last session I did my prayer healing at the end, so I think he would just be focused on that and trying to bring them back to be as healthy as they could be.
Yeah, I think you did finish it because I have 30 HP right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, same.
And I think that would work for Aenolf too, right? I would.
How many
for
does
healing.
it
He's
hit?
an ally. I'm pretty sure. Let's see.
You
Per
rolled.
up
I
here.
think it's like 10.
I think it's a few. Yeah. Up to 6.
Up to 6. So you'd be able to get Aenolf in there.
And I would have healed Ina as well.
Ina's untouched. Oh no, she did get hit a little bit. Okay.
Yeah,
She did well.
I survived.
She did.
Yeah, you were like a fire
Alright.
elemental.
Yeah. She didn't get touched by the explosion.
I can't.
Yeah, that's right, because she was.
You're
a fire
right.
elemental
You're
who
right
was,
by
like,
Rose.
Delicious.
Oh, I
Nutritious.
see me.
You're right there.
Feed me more.
Just laying on the ground alone because Dritha's like, I gotta go find my dragon.
Baron's
Just fucking-
Baron's standing over you. He just revivified you, and then
Okay.
kind of sat there and cast prayer healing to heal everybody up a little bit.
Mhm.
Rose, as you kind of come to coughing, your skin is tingly. There's like scorch marks. It's not like a 3rd-degree burn on your face, as the Revivify does do a little bit of repair work to you, but you've got some like scorch marks going down one side of your face. Your arms and like the knee area where the articulating armor doesn't really cover are nice and toasty, like a real bad sunburn as well. As you kind of come to
I have no
hearing
hair. None.
hearing all of you hear a very loud screech coming from the back corner as you see a
No.
silvery dragon come streaking out of the corner.
Which corner? I can't see dick all. Sorry.
this corner. It's Ileana. It's
Ileana,
yeah, it's
A gamer.
Kill
I
it.
don't
kill
see
it.
it 'cause
Where?
it's-
Where?
Oh no, it's right here. It's right here.
Yeah, it's back
Show
here.
me. Show me the
Yes,
coordinates.
but the dragon comes streaking out of that corner, as it appears it was imprisoned and somehow over there.
That's really funny.
Mushka. Wait. Mink bonk.
Is everyone all right? Is everyone good, man?
You guys just died. I see the dragon. Peace.
Mushka. Yeah. I think everyone's okay. You
Okay.
guys,
That wasn't as bad as
Crashing.
we thought then, huh?
I mean, you guys fought brilliantly. That was. I mean, the odds were stacked pretty high against us there, I'd say.
Shut up.
They knocked me out pretty good.
Yeah, as good as they could have. I think you were both dead, technically.
I'm a doctor. I would know. Says,
Yeah.
says Baron.
I'm a cleric. That's the next best thing.
Imagine if we didn't have the two gamers with us. We'd be
I
fucked.
was dead.
Yeah.
I mean, my healing spell wasn't working on you. And I don't know why else that would be. I had to revivify you guys.
Rose hasn't said anything. She's struggling to get back up, and she's like looking around. Does she still have like a pack or anything with like stuff in it after the fire, or did that get burned too?
You still have your stuff. Your the magic armor itself protects a lot of things from it. It's not like a complete engulfing thermite of a blast, but you
Okay.
still have all of your stuff. Yeah.
Oh, that's
So
lucky.
she's just gonna be like struggling because physically she's in so much pain still. Like, yeah, you brought her to life, but she's in pain. She's struggling to look
Mhm.
for something to drink because
I-
her throat is dry, so she can't
If
talk.
if I see that, I would grab my little water skin and help her to it.
You
She
parched
drinks
it.
She drinks it like a toddler with a sippy cup.
I
Let's go.
Ina, I'm sure Skill Found is feeling the same way.
Interesting. There you
That's
go,
it.
right?
Oh, I
Interesting.
got
I'm gonna
that
like
one. I'm good.
like wipe the top off. It's a little muggy, but
It's muggy in there.
It's a mixture of mud and bugs, and muggy.
Oh god. Oh god.
I'd be down
You're
for that.
drinking
Yeah, he's a dragon.
I'd do eat it.
No, there you go.
Ina drinks mud, confirmed.
Cannon.
Bit chocolate.
Swish it around my teeth, get like a little grittiness. That's how I brush.
Like a chocolate protein shake.
Makes me think of like Shrek and then the beginning scene where he's like taking care of his hygiene with like the mud and oh god.
At least he brushed his teeth.
True.
I'll just look at the scorch marks around. Where did that fire come from?
My.
Don't
She muttered it. It came from that giant ass demon we were fighting.
Did you know that demon Saul? Did you recognize him?
Did I know the demon?
I mean, he was calling to you, wasn't he?
He was. Wait, was that the demon? I mean,
Oh, that's
this
great.
is me.
He
failing.
wasn't here for the session because he had to go take care of something.
Yeah, but
So
we
he came
told
in
you about it in the hallway.
Well,
Yeah, but
yes, but I didn't
True.
know what was calling. I was just like, this is me.
Oh,
fucking up,
I
not
actually
Skill Found.
didn't know that was what was. Okay, that makes
well,
sense.
actually, we don't 100% know it was the
True.
demon. We just know it was something in this room calling out for you,
True.
and we assume it's the demon because the demon has the big booming voice.
Yeah.
Yes, that makes
The
sense.
demon
Okay.
said something when we fought and we came up,
Okay.
I think, too.
For?
I
Why'd you
don't know.
be me?
Hmm?
Was
Sorry.
it the demon?
Was it the demon that what?
Was calling to.
The voice,
we were in the
you guys
hallways.
can, without too much thought, the voice seemed similar to the one that was ringing out throughout the halls. It turned around. It didn't say a whole lot during the fight, but when it turned around and welcomed you to the room, you could put together that, yeah, it was probably that entity that was talking to you in the hallways.
I roll a check of some kind to see if I know that demon or recognize it or see similarities from my past at all.
I picked a feat.
Just do a general intelligence check.
General intelligence.
I picked a
A
feat
6.
that
Okay.
basically gives me another fighting style. So now I'm a samurai and a battle master. Hot shit.
Ooh, yo, that's a cool feat.
You telling me
I
you
had
got-
that with my monk.
Hey.
Tell me you got 2 feet and I can't even get 1 foot.
With the 6, it resembled to you the features kind of resembled what would come to you when the breath would show itself to you through your dreams or visions, though this one seemed much smaller and much less. You remember the breath had like fur mixed with scales, resembled more of a dragonborn. This one was definitely a demon, but it had the same like structure. It had 2 legs, 2 arms, and wings. But this one was very much demonic as opposed to the more dragonborn-ish figure that you're used to.
I mean, it resembles what I knew the breath was, but not. It wasn't that. Maybe he served him? There's definitely something going on, though, with
You
Could have been a
what I
Sauron
used to be
Saruman
with and what it
situation.
was, I think.
you
I
hear
don't
from the
know.
other side of the room echoing, but it's like a whisper as Drithla kind of, Scalefound, does this mean anything to you? And you look over and there seems to be something emblazoned on the wall in front of her.
Where is she?
I'll get up and walk over to see. Oh, I don't want my token settings now.
What languages do you speak?
I speak Draconic and Dwarvish and Common.
All right. How close do you get to her?
Uh-oh.
Fuck it. I mean, at this point, I'm just like, whatever. I don't fucking care. I'm probably aloof as fuck. So if I step on some trap, I step on some trap. Let it be. I'll just get like.
As
good
you
10
step
feet
on
back.
that square,
Oh.
nothing happens. She walked up there with the dragon.
I was like, oh no.
You do get a better look at what is emblazoned on the wall, and it's not like engraved in the wall. It kind of just looks like burned parchment that has been like singed in a way that it's still smoldering on the sides of it. You can't read it. It's in a language you don't understand.
Is it piecemeal like the prior stones were? Like, can I tell like the characters aren't of the same language, or is it consistently the same?
It's you can tell it's consistently the same language throughout. You just don't know the language.
Can any one of us could
Yeah.
any one of us hear her say that? Like
You
say
guys
something
all
on the
heard it.
wall?
It's very echoey in here.
I don't.
I want to go up
No.
too. And
Drithla, I don't know what that says. I can't read it.
You know what languages do you speak?
I speak Common, Druidic, Gnomish, and Orc.
Okay. You do not. You see the same letters kind of hovering against the wall, but you can't make out what language it is either.
Can I recognize it?
Rose like signals to Baron to help her get over there.
Baron will help her.
Up.
Up.
Oh, the roles are reversed.
As
You are
you
on a ledge above me.
as you help
True.
as you help Rose get to her feet, you kind of hear Aenolf start to roll in in his armor as he kind of sits up and takes a deep breath as he opens his eyes, and you can see there's some blood streaking down the side of his face that's also scorched and scarred as well, as he took a few hits from the thing before he died too. He just kind of backs up and sets his back up against this wall and just kind of rests for the moment, not fully aware what's going on in the situation. But
Minute. All right. I can't read it. Bye. And I'm gonna go to the others and be like, "There's writing on the wall. One of you want to try and read it?"
That's why
That's-
I'm getting Baron to help me to get up
That's
and go
that's
over
where
there.
we're heading. You know.
I didn't see you, but all right, we'll go for it. I'll speak to
Hurry
Ava.
your asses up.
You know,
Triplet, did you see the portal that was here?
did
Okay,
I don't know much about portal magics, but I did. I can read this if nobody else can or wants me to just read it.
Oh,
No.
Yes, please.
well,
That would
Rosaline's
be
here
better.
now.
What does Rose? What does Rose speak?
Common, UNT, and Elvish.
You do not know it either.
Yeah, I
It's
said
It's probably abyssal.
it's
it's-
probably abyssal or
it's
infernal.
probably dwarvish.
No,
or it
I
could
already
be,
said I speak Dwarvish.
Oh, what's the elemental
Oh.
language? I can't remember the name of that one right now.
You speak the exact same languages as me?
I
Plus
speak
UNT?
Dwarvish. I speak UNT.
Holy shit.
Yeah, she can
Um,
read what
No,
I
wait,
say.
I don't speak Dwarvish. I speak Elvish. Sorry,
Oh.
because I have an elven house, so I have to communicate with them.
It takes her a second to kind of look at it and read it. It's not a very common thing around here to be reading. But as she does, she starts reading out loud in common, so you guys don't have to listen to her speak the other language. One lieutenant dead, two more stand. The lock is broken, the chains weakened. Froth foaming at the mouth, the gods lay at my feet.
Did we kill one of the lieutenants of
She
the wizard?
Turns and tells you that this is in infernal language that she's currently
Good, I
reading.
fig- Also, it's the Hells. Great.
I'll put that in the chat there for you guys.
Yay.
Jumfon will sit there, mouth agape, agop, however you say that word, just kind of dumbstruck and thinking on it.
It's agape. I'm kidding. It's a game.
Yeah. Duh.
Agape.
Did anyone notice that script before the fight? Was that there before?
It's the first time you've heard her speak. It's very hoarse, but she says very quietly, "This was hidden by demon.
Hmm.
He stood in front."
The Baron's gonna kind of scoff at this because they're talking shit about the gods. He's gonna be like, "Well, the demon lays at our feet now, so that didn't really go how he expected it to, did it?"
So my thing is, if the script appeared after the fight, then we could infer that the demon was the lieutenant. If the script was before the fight,
We
Uh,
cannot tell since this area
No.
was kind of blocked.
no, I agree, Rosalind. I'm just saying, what if I was the lieutenant?
Oh, what if the wizard was?
What was there?
Ina,
Yeah.
while you guys are all having this conversation, and while they're having this conversation, you're kind of tending to Anulf. You hear shuffling and then a clanging noise that comes echoing from the hallway that you guys entered here for, almost like a sword skittering across the ground.
And I can't wild shape again. How can I run to the front?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna be like, don't even fucking think about it.
Roll a perception check for me.
Okay. Oh, I'll perceive it.
We didn't kill the vampire. The vampire turned to mist and ran away
12.
again. Didn't
Turn
No,
back to
yeah.
mist.
We have to go find his thing.
12.
we don't know.
You hear the
True.
clanging and you hear the sword kind of, you know, the sound of a weapon being dragged across stone as if somebody's picking it up. You hear it shing, and then you hear some muffled like whispers, some
I'm
talking.
gonna put my I don't have that spell anymore. Yeah, no, I do. Shillelagh. I'm gonna pink it up.
Okay.
And I'm going to be like, I'm gonna do a jig, like a little dance, not to say something out loud so they don't hear me, but like so that they see me. So the
That
sword
we
people
see?
don't hear me. I'm like,
Oh, okay.
Oh,
You, all of you guys, roll a perception check for me.
Okay.
That dance could literally mean anything.
Perception. 15.
I got a 17.
It's like I'm going like.
Wait, I have no clue what you were trying to say.
You're
Rose,
doing the dance from I Think You Should Leave.
Rose is kind of leaned up against one of the pillars, breathing heavily, trying to get her motor functions back. The rest of you can hear this like slight ruffling of clothes as you look behind you, and Ina's just like,
Ina, what are you doing?
I'll go check it out. Don't worry. I'll make my way over towards Ina.
all right.
I'm immediately
Way down.
warming up my hand again with a firebolt because I'm just fucking like, what the fuck's going on? This is a dangerous place. But I'll stay put.
Okay.
Drithla.
I'm gonna turn around to the play. Oh.
On my
Sorry,
And
there
on
was
my way there, I'm gonna pick up the mace.
okay. There was a loud crash that happened behind me.
Right.
Or on my way
Easy.
there, I'm picking up the
Easily
mace
done. Easily done.
Sorry.
I'm
that was
putting my-
passed away like an old toy.
Hilarious.
It was beneficial because she really does have feats all about two-handed weapons, and it was just not working.
That's all
We
good.
thought it would be. It was a good game plan. It just
Yes.
didn't work out. It was a
Didn't work
well-formed plan, team.
Yeah.
I'm equipping it.
Okay.
Fuck
You
it,
don't
I'll
get
be.
the bonuses because you have to attune to that one, don't you?
I do.
Oh
Yep.
shit!
So you won't get the bonuses, but
You could give it back.
Never.
Here's Dominic, and I'm just like,
all right. So as you approach Ina, you can hear a few more, like at the very tail end of what would be a conversation being whispered, as it's very echoey down here, as it's all stone.
If he's catching the tail end, could I hear most of it?
You couldn't make out any of the conversation. You could just hear the muffled voices and whispers that are kind of bouncing around through the walls.
Okay.
It sounds like, well, in your perception check, you don't really get that. But you hear some feet start to like scuffle on the floor, Baron.
Oh, I'm gonna walk to the top of the stairs with Ina.
Mm-hmm.
Put my shield up. I'll call out to them.
When we're
They're gonna come
like
in anyways.
100 feet away from you. I love it.
Okay, what do you say?
Who goes there?
I'm gonna turn to Baron. Punk! We're trying
Hitting
to get
me
the
is not.
jump!
Please respond. Please respond. Don't just be ominous and bang the
They could-
sword on the ground.
They
again.
could be
Please
friends.
respond.
Both of you roll a perception check.
Please respond. Please respond. Don't be ominous and just bang the sword on the ground. Please.
14.
you hear a sword bang on the
13.
ground.
What'd you say, Ina?
14.
14, Baron?
13.
Okay. About all you hear is shh. You hear a shh that like echoes. It's like shh, shh, shh. As it echoes through the halls. And then there's
Good.
silence. Dead silence.
Now they're hiding. Look what you did.
I don't. Ina, I don't know what you want from me. You're literally
what the- I
dancing
didn't
around like
fucking
a
do it.
fucking dancing around like a fucking idiot, and then I come over and then you tell me to shut up. So
I was You're not good at stealth. He's a
No,
ghost.
he's not.
You're no prize pig yourself, honey. All right.
Holy! Okay, I'm gonna go to the edge. I'm gonna look over. Bink.
Okay. You do not see anybody down the hallway where you're currently at. You do notice, however, that all of that bloodish, brackish liquid that's on the ground seems to have dissipated, and you make the assumption this was probably some sort of psychological warfare by what you were engaged with beforehand, some sort of illusion or something that was conjured to psych whoever came down here out. It is now just muck.
I don't think we can fight now. I can't. I need to wait. I don't know what to do. Do we stay here? Do we get out of here? Because we can't get fucking out that way now. Now they know we're here. We can't sneak past.
We were never going to sneak
Question.
past Dina.
Answer.
Question for the DM. Okay, look, player Noodle, because as I said, one of the most common monsters I've ever fought is a vampire. Player Noodle knows what happened with the vampire last time. Do I need to roll for my character to know?
In this state, yes. You just died and came back to life.
Did I remember that it disappeared into mist?
I'll say that you remember that, yeah.
Okay,
You were
so
pretty focused on the vampire that currently looks a lot like your father.
that's fair. What should I roll?
Just do a general intelligence check.
Okay, well, at least I get that with the +1.
I'm gonna have to go turn my air on. It's brutally hot in my apartment right now.
I don't know shit.
You're still kind of, I mean, you're still trying to get on your feet. You're staggering. You're holding your head. Everything hurts. Your joints, your skin, your eyes, your head. It's like the world's worst. Absolute. It's like you got super drunk, passed out on the beach in the sun, and then woke up in the water. It's awful.
That's horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you remember most of the battle up until the vampire kind of gets hit by an arrow and then turned into mist, and then everything else is just black. But you don't know, you don't know what that means.
You know what?
I will
I'm
be
gonna
right back.
Okay.
Yep.
I need Forkier to roleplay this, unless Scalefound's willing to, but I think Scalefound
Sure.
also.
I'm here.
Well,
by
Rosalie's
you.
just gonna turn to both of you and basically be like, I can't remember much. She drinks more of the wet water skin thing that Baron gave her. What happened in the battle? I don't remember.
I think you
All I
shit yourself.
remember-
I,
You're not there.
me and you went down on the same turn.
Same
He's
turn.
role playing as Drifla.
So we both don't know that we went down. I know I got knocked out, and then Baron said I died.
Baron said I died too, right? I think he did. Yeah.
In hindsight, maybe I shouldn't have told you guys you died right after you won.
You guys died. Rosaline's just thinking, I died, but I didn't see anything.
It
Actually,
was
I don't remember anything except for when the vampire got shot and poofed into mist. But what happened?
To which
She's
Drithla kind
asking-
of speaks up.
She's asking Drithla specifically.
Yes, we will need to take care of that situation as well, but it looks like most of you need some rest before we go deal with that situation.
Take care of it? Did he not die while I was out?
No. You see, vampires have a very, very particular set of skills.
That's our girl.
That's what I'm fucking trying to do here.
If they are not slain in the place of which they rest, they simply dissipate and reform in their place of rest after a day or so. I'm not too keen on the total timeline. I've only faced a couple in my time. But yes, we will need to track down his actual place of inhabitants in order to finish that part of this off.
Rose weakly shakes her hand like this, like whatever. She's like, that's all well and good, but I need to find my real father. He's still here. and she like pushes herself off of the pillar and like is limping in pain towards the front because she's like, I want to leave. I need to find my dad.
Okay. Baron and Ina, since the shh and it went real quiet, you've heard one more instance of slight shuffling echo throughout the halls. And then it went quiet again.
Can I minor illusion another wall, like a cut off wall here? Shoo.
I think it would be like a little half wall. Cause
No, a
what's
full
the-
wall.
There's another wall, magically kind of painted in the air over there.
Nice.
good stuff?
Let's get back. I'm gonna go to the gamers and be like,
Okay.
group meeting.
At this point, as you're walking back to them, you can see Anolf has kind of grabbed his giant warhammer and has started to push himself up. As
Let me
he's,
help you, mate.
Oh. Thank you.
I'm gonna walk up to Aenolf and just make sure he's doing all right, and then be like, "Sorry to get back to business right as you've gotten up, but who is this Paresh you were talking with?"
He sighs deeply, kind of using his warhammer as a walking stick to get over. Kind of
Great idea.
kneels down very gingerly and places a hand on his chest, like where the big cracked and like damaged Moradin symbol is. Well, he was a brother of the temple. Lost his way. Found a much darker place, it looks like. I apologize for my voice. I've been hit very hard by mace.
That's okay. My voice is fucked too.
But he was a good man at one point. And I hate to see him like this, but the darkness that corrupted him could not be allowed to continue out of here.
How
Did,
long ago? Oh, sorry.
yeah.
Go ahead, Ina.
Wait, was it like a gradual thing, or was he charmed, perhaps?
Not for sure. He left 6-7 years ago as he
Hey!
felt he was too great for such a minuscule operation and left our temple, set sail, and it appears found whatever this was.
Set sail. I wonder where he went.
From our timeline, we don't think if there was the presence of the beasts here, they were very quiet 6 or 7 years ago. But
Indeed.
our understanding of this situation is that it got drastic probably within the past few months.
Well, and he may not have been here for most of it. And such
he
as
probably
those stretch far, and I'm afraid it may have had some other land that did this to him, but I don't know.
Did you recognize either of the sorcerers that were that may have summoned this demon?
Good question.
Thank you.
He turns to you. Their clothes were familiar, but I can't quite place them. Not of this land, for sure.
Could you I'm gonna get my book out. Describe them again, if you remember what they look like. So then I can like kind of sketch a picture of it, and so that we can all kind of have that memory. Be able to associate it if we catch it.
He kind of takes like a seat Indian style now next to Paresh's body, hand still like on his chest. And he describes to you they were elvish style, but they were much thicker, heavier cloaks, probably more for a cold area.
Mhm.
A dark red inlaid with green. It's not the greatest color combination, but for whatever reason, that's what they chose for it. And like he said before, he can't quite place them, and it's just kind of intricate designs that go on cloaks. It's not necessarily any writing or anything on there.
And they were the same for both of them?
Yes, they were. There were minute differences, as not every cloak is the exact same, but he describes the subtle differences that he could make out, especially from the far distance, but he can't quite place where they're from or what order or whatever they're from. They're familiar to him.
Okay. And where are you from then? Are you from here? Or...
Me, yes, I am from Estalia.
And are you well traveled?
I traveled briefly, but only on this continent to train with some of the now aged people from Kiro. You know, Rose, of the people he speaks. They're some of the fighters that have been trained by the descendants of the people who fought in the war against the dragons. Kiro is a very small city, keeps to themselves, but is like, they're kind of like the Green Berets of this continent. They keep to themselves, but if anybody comes for them, they fuck shit up. So,
Wait, question. I knew that was also Valnaarmn too. They got trained by one of the members of the Dragon Slayer movement thingy, whatever.
one of them, yes.
Okay, so it's just a different one that did this one?
Yes, the town of Kiro is made up of descendants of people who fought under the heroes.
Ah, gotcha.
And the person who trained Balnock was an actual hero of the time. So it's a little bit different, but since there's more possible trainers in Kiro, they're much different. Balnock is very brute strength, slam in with a just slam in with a battering ram. Kiro is very precise finesse kind of thing, you know. Rapiers and bows and arrows, long shots, stuff like that.
Gotcha.
So they're very precise with their engagements.
Kiro, I would assume. Then, with my research about dragons, trying to do that in my past.
You would know the very base information that they're trained by people who fought in the war. Rose would know a bit more because, you know, obviously she was raised in an established educational scene. But yeah, you would know what books have them written. Huh?
I probably got trained too.
Yeah. But yes, you would know of Kiro, Scalefound. Yes.
Okay. So the I can't remember. The portal was already open when we got into the room, and the demon was also already in the room when we got in there, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And
so
then
we don't know if the demon came out of the portal, but we know that they jumped into it.
Yes. Yeah, he turned around. He turned around, welcomed you, and then the first round, as it was their turn, they jumped into the portal and the portal disappeared.
True. Sorry, did Ina warn everyone about the people in the hall? Okay. I will do that.
Is it cold in here, Fork?
It's not frigid, but it's underground in a rock-filled room, so it's fairly damp and chilly down here.
I would say during all that conversation, I would probably try to start a small little campfire to warm myself up after being a corpse for like 30 seconds. I'm probably cold.
Roll a survival check at disadvantage because the ground is covered in this wet muck stuff.
If I use my firebolt in my hand, can I get rid of that disadvantage?
I'll say you can just make a singular roll.
Okay.
But you got to find dry enough sticks and matter and things of that sort to actually get a fire going.
Bible 16.
16. Okay, it's not big, but it's a usable fire for one person to sit next to and kind of like rub their hands together and get warm a little bit.
Okay, I'll just lay by it and try to rest and start rest.
Yes. while he's starting that fire,
Dandelion.
I will warn everyone. I'll say Ina's got it taken care of, but there were voices down the hall. She set up an illusion so that there's a wall there, so they shouldn't be coming our way, but just figured I'd warn everyone, and we should just keep our voices down. And I'm going to proceed to loot the bodies.
All right.
Can I say Rosalind goes sits next to the little fire that Scalefan has made? Because
Sure.
she's like, I'm out. I'm just gonna
Well,
sit
it's
next
just
to it.
me.
I
I guess
while
you're
you
right
were-
here. So she's gonna sit here with you.
While you were addressing your raid, I just filled the group in on the voices Ina and I heard.
Gotcha.
And I also filled everyone in that Ina made that wall so that they would be deterred.
Okay, so you go
Nods.
and sit by the fire, at which point Aonulf grabs the Moradin symbol from Paresh's body and kind of rips it off of him, sticks it in one of his pockets, sits on the stairs next to the fire as well. He is not there as much to keep warm, but just kind of take a rest around people that he knows are friendly to him. He's going to reach over and he places a hand on your shoulder, Rose, as you feel a bit of warmth into your body.
Yay.
Because he has a few slots left here.
Thank you for lay
As he
on hands,
casts-
Mr. Paladin.
Fireball. You feel a bit of warmth in your body.
And then I explode.
You know, art.
You get 8 points of healing back. And he's going to do the same to you, Scalefound, too. 8 points of healing. He rolled the exact same thing twice. That's wild.
Rose like pats his hand when he does that, like a very reassuring, like thank you.
Is it? Yeah.
So that's all he's got. Hello. What were you about to say, Ina?
I was gonna ask a random question about thralls. It's gonna be like, are thralls humanoid?
I think they technically count as not human. I think they're monstrosity.
The thrall is the one that was thrown in the dirt after being bit and then rezzed, right? I think that's
Yeah.
what the thrall was. Okay. They're undead at that point, I think.
Yeah, they're undead.
But isn't that humanoid? You're still humanoid. You're just
You gotta be alive to be a humanoid in
no.
D&D.
No.
Undead is a
No,
whole other
I
label.
refuse.
Baron, you search the bodies. The demon has disintegrated. He is no more.
You know what I
Paresh,
just realized?
what?
I have the Eyes of Charming, and I have 3 casts a day. That means I could charm each one of you every single day.
Oh God.
Why?
I,
I
don't
mean,
know.
you probably could
charm
be.
enemies.
I know, but
You
I
charm me.
can't.
You're not passing my saving. I'm gonna beat your
Paresh
saving throws.
has his armor is it's quite nice armor. It's just you kind of look at it and you get this icky feeling down your spine that maybe you shouldn't touch this. Glancing
Really?
at it, being a forge cleric, you can tell if you want to take it, you can, but you can tell that it is plate armor. It's not terribly ruined or anything. It's just the like Moradin symbols on the paulders, the chest plate, and like just accents are like cracked, moss filled, just kind of all around aging much quicker than you would expect a nice piece of armor like this to do.
Is it well made?
Yeah,
Would he
it's
respect it? Okay.
it's very fine armor. It's just there's something about it that makes the hairs in the back of your neck stand up. You're not entirely sure what.
He won't touch it.
Can Ina touch it?
If you'd like to. And he does have his long sword in his hand as well.
Can I see anything like cool on him? Like
His
like any
armor.
coin purse, or like any necklace that's cool or anything?
His
Yeah,
necklace.
We're double looting this bitch.
His necklace got taken by Aonulf. And
Rings?
actually roll an investigation check for me.
If I can
I like to think that I am looting this guy, and then Ina just well, the second I have any interest in anything, she just sprints up and just like, oh, what's that? Oh, are
He
those
just likes
rings?
being involved, but you didn't touch him. I'm like, what the fuck kind of looting is this?
Touching dead bodies? What kind of
Okay.
living is this?
7.
The fuck is wrong
Oh,
with you, lady?
investigation, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, my rolls are garbage today. I see nothing.
Yeah, oddly enough, he doesn't have that much on him. It appears that either he keeps his things at a different location or his travels with whatever this group is do not really entail requiring such material possessions.
I'm gonna be like, why won't you touch him? Why won't you grab the armor? It looks nice. And I'm gonna go
It-
for it and like stare at Baron while I
I'm
do it.
just gonna just try and stop her.
You are gonna try and stop me?
Yeah, there's
Alright.
something wrong with that armor. It's not.
Make contested athletics checks.
Oh,
Brandy,
no.
you make me roll
I
fucking
was just
dice,
testing him.
and you failed. You passed.
No, I rolled a 1 and I have a negative 1
Oh,
for it.
wow. I rolled a 3.
Okay. So you stopped me. Holy
This
shit.
is like
So-
a nerd fight.
As Ina goes reaching for the armor, you stretch your hand out and grab her wrist. As you do, you kind of pull her forward a little bit, almost enough to
Ooh.
fall onto the armor, but she catches herself just in time.
Oh no.
I'll
Okay.
just tell her there's something unholy about that armor. I think it's best if we just leave it be.
Can I smell it?
Roll a
Fucking
roll an
your funeral, lady.
intelligence check.
I'm not gonna touch it.
Roll an intelligence check.
Meanwhile, Trithla.
Are you rolling an
She's just hanging out with her
intelligence check to
dragon.
see if she's stupid enough to smell it?
What'd you
I was
roll?
gonna ask.
What'd you roll?
15.
Smells like fucking armor, man.
It just smells like armor.
Yeah,
Doesn't smell
just-
like anything.
Just
Smells fine to me.
just metal.
All right.
On the other entity that you fought, Baron,
Thank you.
you find he also has plate armor on as well, very finely made. This one doesn't have embellishments of any kind. It's just very straightforward plate armor as far as you can tell. And then he's wielding a great sword as well. That's kind of clattered to the ground beside him as he got wailed on multiple times.
That was the guy I fucked up.
Make another
Mhm.
investigation check for me, Baron, for this guy.
Hey,
Yeah, I'm supposed to be over here.
investigation.
While this is happening, can
11.
Rosalind like whisper to Aonulf to teach her how to pray to Moradin? Because Baron hasn't done it yet, and Baron saved her life with Moradin powers. Like
Hasn't
actually,
done it yet.
yeah.
It's literally, you asked me last night when you went into this fucking dungeon and you died and I saved you. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, I should have been teaching
Sorry.
you to prayer.
Yeah, exactly.
We're just
Fucking-
vibing at this little tiny campfire, man.
Well, she asked.
Baron's not teaching you
anyways.
shit. You cast aside his precious mace.
What?
His baby.
Well, she asked Aonulf anyways, and she
Okay.
doesn't mention Baron.
What'd you roll, Baron?
He better say no. I rolled an 11.
Okay. Do you take the armor off or do you leave the armor on this one?
What would I need to take the armor off for? It just seems weird.
I don't know. If you want to take I mean, it's plate armor. It's fairly expensive armor.
Yeah,
And,
but
and
it would be like heavy to carry around.
It would be
when-
heavy to carry. Well, unless you put it in the bag of holding. But
True.
also, you're just looking at it right now. Like, you can't discern if it has any extra features or anything at this moment.
Can you put a building in the bag of holding?
No.
I'd leave it
No.
on.
There's a
I'll leave it
dimension,
on. I may
limitation.
try and cast identify. I think I can do that as like a ritual. I'm pretty sure one of my features lets me do that.
I think so as well.
I'll think about it while other people do
Okay.
things, but yeah.
Rose, as you ask Aonulf, he kind of sitting on the stairs.
Like dimension to like stick it in the bag.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in the.
He kind of looks at you, head cocked to the side, as he knows of you. You may not know of him, but he knows of you.
Yeah.
Reaches into his pocket, kind of looks at his hand for a second, scoots on over next to you on the stairs. Well, I think this
What?
might.
Wait, sorry.
Okay.
What? Who whistled?
Ina
Oh,
did. That was Brandy.
Okay. I
Um,
thought he did, and I was like, why would he
No.
whistle?
I think this might fit you better than it did him. He outstretches, hanging from his hand, is the symbol of Moradin that he took off of Paresh. And unlike the armor, it's not quite as, like, you've seen Barons before. It's like polished bronze almost. It kind of glints and glimmers like the inside of a forge as it's lit. This one is more like a dull iron, but it's not tarnished. It's like a blued steel, like what old guns were made, like old revolvers were made out of. And he holds it up. It kind of spins in his hand for a second. You can see there's still a glint of something in there that maybe this wasn't touched as much as Paresh and his accompaniments were. He kind of holds it out to you. Just take a moment. Focus. Close your eyes. Reach out. Forget what's around you.
Reach out. and
He'll
touch
come.
me.
He'll come.
I also, I guess he does know me because I literally lived here my whole life, and so has he. So he's like, "You're the noble woman who's an atheist, but I guess no longer."
Yep.
Weird shit.
Pretty much.
Weird shit, girly. Okay.
Pretty much.
Okay, she like takes it in her hand. Does it sing or something to her when she touches it?
Make a religion check.
Fine.
It's like Harry Potter when he gets the right wand. Woo, woo, woo.
Yeah, exactly. Religion check. Fun fact, in case you couldn't tell, she's not great at those. She really isn't. She's got an 8.
Oh no.
You take it in your hand, kind of turn it over a couple times. You see that same glint that it was there when it was spinning. And it's weird. You expect metal to be cold. You're used to handling lots of weapons. But as you take this one in your hand, it's not necessarily warm, but it's like equal temperature. It's not cold, it's not warm. It's there. And it's kind of an odd feeling.
Bosoms for a while.
It was in a pocket. He
Whoa.
didn't stuff it in his armor. Scalefound, what were you gonna do?
I was just gonna ask Drithla while I'm resting about the timetable, if she's aware of how long do we have to, because she mentioned we have to find the vampire again
Mhm.
before he's strong. I'm like, what's the timetable of that?
I'm not for sure. Most that I've come across have I've encountered them in their abode to begin with, so I'm not entirely sure what the timeline is. I would assume a day, as most mystical effects of that nature for things of the fiendish sort tend to take about that long as well. But I'm not entirely sure.
We have time to rest.
Some, not a lot.
Can I like just say every like because my minor illusion lasts 1 minute. I'm just continually doing it. Anytime I feel it fade, bing, that wall's coming back up. Okay.
That's a cantrip for you, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Put that wall up.
Oh yeah.
I don't think I have Identify. I thought I did, but it must be a spell that I have to prepare. I always thought it was like part of my. Wait, I do have it. What the
Yeah, I
fuck?
thought
You
with
crazy
Forge
goose.
Clerics, I'm like, I think Identify is in your always list.
When I searched
is.
it, it didn't come up.
You should.
There
I
it
remember
is.
using
It's
Identify all the time.
D&D Beyond, people. It's not perfect.
It's
Um,
D&D.
D&D.
I will
D&D.
ritually cast Identify.
Okay.
Do I have to do that once per item I'm doing it on, or can I do like both sets of armor and the swords?
Generally, it takes 1 cast per item.
Mhm.
Are you guys taking a short rest?
I vote for yay at that
Yes,
point.
think it
I'm
would
like
please.
trying to
probably
do
be a good
it during
idea.
a lot of this talking.
Then I'll let you get all of them done in one during a short rest.
Okay.
Because normally when you're ritual casting, it's like you're out, you're trying to keep moving and stuff like that. But you guys are taking a second. Everybody's resting. I'll let you get them all done this time.
Okay, how do I do it again? Short rest?
Okay.
There's a short
There's
rest
no
button.
there's no short rest
on-
button, but you can roll your hit dice to get HP back if you want to, and you get your beast forms
I
back.
think there's a short.
Is there a short rest button? I
on
thought there
D&D
was. I
Beyond.
thought there was only a long rest button. Mobby, I gotta find your equipment here, cause I didn't write them down, cause I'm a fucking
All right, how many
idiot.
am I roll? Do you have to declare your dice you rolled? Oh wait, I don't remember. Can you roll before you say how many, and then just
Your
keep
hit
rolling?
die.
Or do you
I don't
declare
know.
them all at once?
You can just
I think you can roll.
just roll. I don't really
Roll
care.
until I'm good. Okay.
Yeah.
Fine.
Let's consult the tome.
Okay. The armor that is on the guy that has like green trim,
Mm-hmm.
so not Paresh. You identify it as cast off armor, which can be donned and doffed without using or no, you can use an action to don or doff it.
Oh,
So instead of it,
in
because
like an action, right?
yeah, because armor usually takes a long time to put on. But you can do it any armor, heavy, light, medium. You can don or doff it as an action.
You can don or dusk it.
Yeah, sure.
Hell
Gotta
yeah.
find this other shit.
I hate that I find myself so fucking funny.
The longsword from Paresh is the moon touched sword. When it's unsheathed, it sheds light, bright light in 15-foot radius and dim light in additional 15-foot radius, but that's all it does.
Don't forget to change your max hit point modifier back down, because I rolled an additional dice accidentally.
And
'Cause I still had that plus 15.
the great sword from the green trimmed guy is just a great sword +1. Nothing too special, but it is a +1.
That's pretty great.
And then Paresh's armor is
Sorry.
non-magical. Something doesn't sit well with you.
Hmm.
Okay, I kind of want to touch it.
You touch it?
What's gonna happen? Am I gonna get teleported? That could be hype.
It's totally your call. What would Ina do? Do
She
you
would
want to
touch
touch
it.
it, or does
Oh,
Ina
actually, wait.
want to touch it?
I
Does
don't want to touch
anybody
it because I think I'm
else-
gonna die.
Does anyone else in the party feel uneasy about it too? Because so far it's just Ina
Yeah.
and
Well, I
Baron.
don't.
Well, obviously.
I
I
haven't
just
even seen
told
it, so I
her
would
that I had a
not-
bad feeling about it.
Do you want to consult the party and see if they're like, yeah, that's bad juju?
No.
Okay.
I don't think she would.
You're right. You're playing true to the character. She probably would just fucking lick the armor.
Yeah. Free.
I feel like I'd look at Baron the whole time doing it. Like,
So you touch it?
I
yeah, I'm gonna touch it. I'm gonna
Okay.
touch it with my pinky finger.
Baron, as you're kind of standing or like sitting with your books in your hands, looking at the sword in front of you, Ina walks up to Paresh's body, looks you dead in the eye, puts her finger down, goes towards the armor, and ding! Nothing happens.
You're such a butthead. I'm gonna look at my finger like, ding, ding, ding.
What are
You hear a
doing?
voice in the
I'm gonna
back of your
touch it
head.
3
Make a
times.
wisdom saving throw for me.
For real?
Yeah.
That's what you get. You fucker, you danced on this grave.
Gordon's just like, please stop.
17. Sorry.
As you are touching this and you hear this voice, there's a towering figure standing behind you who says, I wouldn't touch that if I were you, as Aenolf is now standing towering over you behind. Turns and walks away. No, there's-
You can't. It doesn't matter how many times you tell her.
Oh, was he
I
the
tried.
wisdom saving throw? Okay.
Oh my god. It's like, okay, something
Oh.
cool actually did happen.
It was going to be if she gets scared or not, but she rolled high enough to not
Oh,
be
I
scared.
thought he was like gonna command her, like, get
No. No,
Alright.
it is non-magical, but due to the nature of the Moradin symbols and the dark coloration of the armor and everything, Bear just has a certain connection that doesn't sit well with him.
I think it's hilarious. He takes the Moradin symbol and goes, "Oh, you want to be a religious person now? Here's the shitty broken Moradin symbol."
It's
of
not
a
shitty and
traitor."
it's not shitty and broken.
I know,
Didn't-
but
It's just not
Didn't you
what his
have
is.
a Morden symbol?
I do, yeah.
Yes, I thought so.
You
I wanna-
gave me one.
Oh, wow.
Oh no.
He doesn't know that.
Yeah, she didn't correct him. She just took it because she was like, "Okay, now I have two."
Now it's just which one does she grab when she's praying?
She's got two
That's the
on
big
her
question.
neck.
She's double-fisted, baby.
Just let you know.
I love you, God.
Anyway,
Everyone rested? Everyone good now?
I want to take the gauntlets and the whatever. I want to take his
Rose
stuff.
is cleaning off the soot and all that stuff with a water skin and a rag.
you're taking Paresh's armor?
Mhm.
Okay.
I'm not putting it on.
It is full plate mail meant for a human, which I believe weighs a shit ton.
Yes, it does.
How much does it Baron, you have full plate on, right? How much does it weigh?
So does
40
what is
pounds.
this?
Damn.
So
65 pounds.
oh, 60. Oh, it pulled up dragon full plate for some reason when I searched it. What the fuck? So 65 pounds. Ina, how much do you weigh? Like 60?
45 pounds.
Yeah, so you can attempt to carry it out of here. It's going to be rough.
I'm gonna carry it and I'm gonna go to scale hunt. Blink, and I'm
What?
gonna sneak it into the bag.
How are
Okay.
you
know
gonna
if you can
sneak
sneak
something
it.
that
I
weighs
say-
more than you into
Are
a
you-
bag?
He literally has the bag on him.
It's like
We
on
literally-
me.
I'm gonna go to
It's like
scale hunt, try and
closed
yoink the bag
seal.
from him, and then I'm gonna put the armor on the ground and get the bag and go, like pull it
Do you-
through.
You're
I'm gonna
acting.
have to
You're
literally
acting like.
pull open my robes. I have like 2 robes on. My
can
outer
And
do
you're
it.
robe and my
acting
inner
like. You're acting like Anolf and I are not just watching you this whole time.
I mean, I'm gonna tiptoe, like
It
can't
doesn't
see you,
mean
you
you
can't
can't
see
see.
me,
Oh,
you
I'm looking
you-
at you.
Oh, Rose
you're
didn't
gonna watch
hear the
me tiptoeing.
conversation about the armor. So as she's washing herself off, she just goes, "Ina, do you need help with that? That looks really heavy."
No, I'm good.
You know, what are you
I'm
doing?
not carrying anything.
Aenolf has kind of gone off into his own little corner, and Baron, you can recognize that he's over there praying, so he's not actually paying too much attention at this time.
I'm glad he can't see it.
We can purify
Baron,
it.
is that the bad
It's
armor?
money.
I mean,
We take it in, get it purified by the church, and now we got some fucking
Purif-
bitchin'
what the f-
armor.
No
purified.
one
I-
wears that
Um,
armor here.
Rosaline's looking at it as a woman who's wearing bitching armor right now. Just goes, "It doesn't look particularly. What's the word? Bitchy?"
It could be sold for a decent amount, though.
So could their weapons, though, and they weigh half as much.
As
I
you're
think
having this
I-
conversation, you
I
all
just like
hear
taking things.
a very loud clattering of what sounds like two swords being dropped and skittering across the ground, echoing throughout the hall.
All right, I don't have the armor in my hands anymore. Dropped.
That's
Staring
awesome.
at the wall.
Dropped.
I mean, like dropped from being kind of picked up.
So
They probably heard
she's
you
attempting
dragging it across the
She-
ground.
as she
poor fucking thing. Who goes there? Oh, like, I tried to be sneaky.
As-
That's over.
Ina has gotten the arm guards and the leg plates off and
Ina's
has
gotten to be my mortal enemy.
started working on the breastplate part of this plate mail. You hear the clanging of steel echoing through the halls, and she just stops what she's doing, kind of kicks the leg armor to the side as she turns around with her quarterstaff in hand again.
Yeah.
You know, if you want to be sneaky, kicking armor around is pretty loud, Ina.
I
But you know
already gave up on that plan when we fucking shouted out the coordinates.
That was a fucking hour ago.
Rose, who's now completed washing off like the soot and stuff, stands up and just goes, "I'm tired of waiting here and I have someone to save. I will cut
Sorry.
through whoever's in the hallway if I must."
Just yell praise Moradin with a question at them and see if they're the allies.
No, they're not.
They could be allies, but they're not going to answer to us. I know that much.
I mean, they don't know if we're the things tricking them in here either. Would you trust a
Exactly.
voice says praise Moradin? No.
Well, let's face them
Then
then.
why are we yelling praise Martin?
Rosaline is actually really tired of this bullshit. She actually really just wants to go look for her dad, so she doesn't even listen to the party and she starts heading out to the exit. Like, this is usually an Ina move, but Rose genuinely does not give a shit.
I'm
Rose,
walking
that's where
right
we
up
came
behind her.
from. There's another entry over here, I think.
Oh, wait,
there?
where is it?
What?
I thought it
Isn't
was
there?
here.
Oh, is this a dead end entirely?
Yeah, this is just one giant chamber here.
Oh, I thought it connected. My bad.
Mm-mm.
Never mind. I
I'll
didn't say
say-
that, Rose.
I'm gonna tap Rose and be like, there was like a was it downstairs or upstairs that we could have gone?
Down.
Up.
Well, there's other directions too.
There were two other
It was
directions that
up,
you guys
I
didn't
believe.
go, but the way that you guys first went was the stairwell led up.
Maybe let's try and go up that one.
I just followed y'all where we were when I joined in. I don't know any of this map.
Yeah.
I'll grab Aenolf and just
Oh,
go.
yes.
Yeah, I guess rest
You
is
still
done.
dying, gamer?
With your passive insight, you can kind of see he rolled some hit dice and got some HP back too.
Okay.
You can, with your passive insight, you can tell that he was over crying against this wall now.
Mhm.
What?
Hey, only I saw that.
Kind of stands up, puffs his chest out, grabs his warhammer, cracks his neck, and it kind of like it's a deep crack, and it kind of echoes in this room for you guys, and you hear that cracking. Clicks the hammer on the ground. Let's go. And begins to follow you guys as well.
Oh, Rose is wrapped. So Brandy's character, Ina, previously bought me like a silk scarf. Yeah, Rose is
Mhm.
wrapped that around her head now.
Ah. New hairdo. Who this?
Who dis?
Twins.
Okay.
My party member's name.
Out your fucking mouth.
I'm gonna say that the minor illusion is gone. You guys make your way down the hallway. All of you can now also tell, having make your way into the corner, that liquidy, brackish red, blood-like substance has dissipated. The fog is also gone on the walls, and you can now see dozens every 5 or 10 feet of like scratch and claw marks. There's
No.
bones that kind of, there's not as many as Baron's the one who's, or the ones in the corner. You saw those, right, Baron? Like on the, where the floor meets the wall. There's not as many as what you once saw, but scattered here and there, and they're not human now. They're like rat, small animal, things like that. It appears that most of this stuff that you guys saw was there to freak out whoever came down this way in order to get them out.
So once Rose reaches this corner, she like puts the night vision goggles because she doesn't have the mace anymore. And she.
I was gonna say also, Baron, if you wanted to attune to that weapon, you could do that in the short rest as well.
Yeah, I will do that.
I'll allow that.
She also says, I apologize for making this haste, but if you wish to follow me, then please. But I'm going to find my father.
You're not going anywhere without us. We're a team. Forever and always. Monk.
Yeah, after just dropping unconscious for a bit, I don't think we should split up at all, Rose.
Rose just gives you a nod. She looks very determined.
You'd think after all this that we wouldn't follow you into this. Like, come on.
Yeah. Yeah.
What?
Drithla
She
lets
had
you
to
know
say it.
that Drithla's gonna kind of take up the rear because number one, she's a ranged person anyway. But she can also keep a pretty dang good eye out for anything coming behind. So,
Rose twirls Agatha a little bit in her hand and says, "Let's go meet our new friends, shall we?" Because she doesn't know who's down the fucking corridor.
They might actually be friends. We don't know. Don't.
all right.
Yeah.
I'll say it's not like a thing right now. You know, there's no traps. You know, some of the layout here. You make your way back to the four-way intersection. You know where up leads. You know where down leads. You know left leads to a stairwell that leads up, but you don't really know what's up. And then there's the right hallway as well.
Let's go. Ives vote this way. Wait, that's right. We have to go left.
Yeah, I was about to say we have to go left this time. We always go left.
Always go left.
Well, this is our left. We were coming down, so now it's on our left.
Yeah, now
Oh,
it is.
wait. I missed the group. There we are.
So this way you guys have not been yet. This way you have gone.
Yeah, we went.
So
We went that way. Yeah.
Rose just kind of like tilts her head towards this direction and just waits for the party to be like, yes, no.
All right, I'm with you.
Let's do it.
okay.
Da-da-da,
I'm just moving
Any
A and
signs of
da-da-da.
those people that we heard?
Oh,
roll a survival check.
Okay.
that's a room.
Survival.
Looking for tracks.
Oh, yo, nat 20. Plus, I have a +5.
Okay. As you guys come to the four-way intersection, Baron's keeping an eye on the ground because he heard the shuffling and the whispering and things. As you come to the intersection, you can see where some feet like got into the intersection, stopped, backed up, and like got up against a wall. Stood there for a little bit. You can see the impressions were a little bit deeper in this muck. It's now more of like a moss kind of floor. It's not like this icky, thick stuff.
What direction did it go? Because we might have followed that.
The footsteps. Luckily, you're following the footsteps. So,
Hey.
Okay.
So
they,
it did go down this way, and we're
Yes.
following the footsteps.
Can we say we're
Ooh.
following the footsteps after Baron was like, hey, they went this way? And that's why
Yeah.
they went this way.
easy enough to do. You can see the impressions are a little bit deeper, and because you got a natural 20, you see the footsteps walking and all the way down this hallway. You can tell they stop and like zig off to the wall to like hide, zig back, zig around. And then they come into this room. In this room, the muck and or the like mossy like texture ends, and it's just bare stone in here. And you can look forward. It resembles the last chamber that you were in. At the edge of your field of view, Rose, you can see what looks like manacles or chains of some sort that are kind of strewn about the ground of the lower level of this room. And it's a two level room. So like what you guys are on is about 7 to 8 feet above another stonework floor that goes out forward.
Okay. Rose like whispers this to the rest of the party that she sees like chains, and she will slowly walk forward and like be vigilant as
Okay.
she enters the first part.
Roll a perception check.
Bink.
She rolled a 15.
Okay. As you get in, it appears and it smells and not as bad as the rest of this place, oddly enough. I mean, there's a slight draft as you step through the hallway that you're in that's blowing from the hallway into this room. You couldn't feel it before in the tight corners that you're in, but in this big open room, you can feel the wind kind of shifts and moves at your point. Looking forward, you see that there's all manner, I only put a few on here, but there's all manner of chains and shackles and manacles and things just strewn about the floor, both on the upper level and the lower level. Doesn't appear to show any signs of life in your current field of view. You also don't see any pools of blood. There's no markings of footprints through here, as it is kind of stone and harder to tell. Yeah, that's about what you see.
Can I see the coffins?
Have you stepped into the room?
I'm like right here.
Then yeah, you can see that there are a number of sarcophagus lined against the walls here.
Can I go and check and see their names?
You certainly can. Let me pull that sheet up. Roll an investigation check for me, as they're very old and very worn, much like the ones you've
blah, blah, blah.
encountered
Doesn't matter.
before.
By sheet, he
Baldric.
means random name.
Huh?
Bertram.
Baldric Captor.
I do have a page for this, okay?
What do you want me to roll again?
You did it last
Investigation.
time.
I had to double
It
check. My
says-
dad's name is Baldric.
Ina.
Last time I didn't have names ready, but I did have like their occupations ready. What was it?
6.
6. Of the 6 that you can see here, 2 of them have readable names. One of them is Herda. I'll type these in. Herda. She was a midwife for the temple.
She heard a baby.
And Osmond,
Osmond.
I spelled it wrong.
Osmond!
who was another high priest of the temple at one point.
I always married Onmund in Skyrim. Because he was a little bitch, but he followed me, and he was a ranged magician. Very helpful.
Cool story, you fucking nerd.
All right.
I
Do you-
always had Mercurio, so in Skyrim.
You
do
did
you,
who?
uh,
I had Mercurio.
do you
Oh
continue
my
farther
God, I
in,
can't
Rose?
stand
I loved him.
Rose, do you continue farther in?
Oh yeah, 100%
Okay.
she does. She has the axe ready as she like carefully walks through, like examining everything as she can.
I'm staying 15 feet precisely behind her.
Okay.
I'll
Once again,
be right up there with her.
Can I want to look for traps too as we go through. Like,
okay. Roll a perception check.
Oh, I will.
I love how we have no one who's good at checking for traps.
17.
Okay. In up to your current point, there does not appear to be any signs of traps in the area.
What are you talking about? My perception's +8, gamer.
Yeah.
This perception check? Okay.
I had a roll perception. It can be a
And
whole
inve-
bunch
your
of different things.
investigation's good too.
Yeah, it can be a whole
No, it's
bunch of
not.
different
It's
things for
+3.
traps, but
That's better
Um,
than 0.
moving farther and farther forward, you just see more and more. There's like piles of these chains and manacles now. You get the idea that maybe this wasn't a holding area and more of a like storage place for whenever they got new things to chain up. They would bring them either here and chain them up, or bring the chains to them and chain them up somewhere else.
Do any of the chains have blood on them?
Now you can make an investigation check, as there are literal piles of them now.
16.
16. Going through and kind of tossing some to the side, looking at them, they have blood, but it's like old, dried. The metal is beginning to rust where the what you believe are blood stains are at. Nothing that brings forth a recent use for these chains here. Also, as Rose and Ina reach this point, you can see a faint bit of light. And when I mean faint, I mean just the faintest bit of light coming from this little altar area down there.
Well, first, I'm going
Is-
to hold everyone off. And I'm going to be like, you go, Baron. Go.
Oh, I was just gonna say, is this area ringing any bells? Like
That's what I was
with
gonna ask you.
Where Buddy Boy was being chained up when I was scrying.
Make an intelligence check. And while you do that, I'm going to take my hoodie off because it's still hot as fuck in here.
Poor bugger.
Intelligence check. Uh-oh.
This intelligence check is brought to you by Fork's small bladder. He really has to pee all the time.
He didn't go
Thank
pee
you.
this time.
I know, but I'm just saying.
But
this is
usually.
just, you
You
know,
couldn't make that joke when he didn't go to pee.
I know.
Oh,
I
fuck.
can reference it. This
Ruru,
concludes
joke.
our sponsored acknowledgement to Fork Small Bladder. Thank you all.
I did not have to pee. I literally took my hoodie off because holy shit. Okay.
Reindeer's like,
When I went to go turn my AC on, it was 72 in here, and holy shit, that's hot.
Wait, that's
Celsius?
hot?
Yo,
72? Wait,
Okay.
sorry, honey. Did you
My-
say 72 is hot?
For inside my apartment, yes.
72 seems okay to me, but the fucking
Fahrenheit.
I'm a Canadian who lives with someone who's foreign, like not from here, and she has it at like 78 all the time, and
No.
I'm like gonna fucking die.
My apartment, it needs to be like 60 degrees for me to be comfortable.
It's
Like
a
72
hostage
is hot.
situation.
Yeah.
That was a nice.
It feels
ASMR
so
whisper.
good. You see how red my face is right now? It's because it's so hot in here. Anyway, Baron, what did you roll?
I rolled a 4.
A 4?
I'm
Um,
waiting for a 4.
When I say
Luckily,
hot near, sometimes
you
like,
did-
my
oh.
lip chap literally melts when I'm near. It literally melts.
There's a gun pointed at her off camera.
I'll have my window open in the middle of Canadian winter.
Help me.
Okay. Okay. Luckily, Baron, you didn't really need to roll that high because it was just more of a how much distinction you could pick out from this to a different area. The stonework is very, very similar. And you get the idea that you guys are in the right place, but this doesn't appear to be the right room per se.
Okay.
Yeah, my Papa keeps his house at 82
That's fucking nuts.
all
Sorry,
all year round.
I mean, if it gets to 80, I notice and I'm like, oh, it's too hot. I'm going to cool it down.
Can't sleep when it's that hot.
I
Anyway,
don't even control
our
my thermostat. so-
College dorms had one temperature and one temperature only. You could not change it. So every room was 73 degrees.
gross.
I like 74,
Did your
75.
filters work in your college dorm at least?
Yes.
Anyway,
Sorry. The shiny thing in the corner. Does Baron recognize the room?
Yeah.
and he
already
recognizes
told
it.
me.
Yeah, it resembles the stonework in the area, but it's like the wrong room, basically.
I'm gonna. There's a shiny over there. I don't know if you heard that. There's a shiny over there, in whispered tones.
Rosaline just looks at you. You can't tell, but because she has night vision goggles, but she's looking at you like, seriously? But with the goggles.
Just saying.
Also, I don't know if you know this. We're not the sneakiest group of individuals.
Yeah, it's true.
I
There's a
feel like we
shiny
should. Yeah. All right, that's much better. We got 2 people in heavy ass armor. They're
That's
not
true.
sneaking.
3.
So actually,
Anal.
now
Yeah.
we're actually really loud right now. If there is someone,
True.
Rosaline just sighs and puts down the weapon slightly and goes, if there is someone in this room,
They can
We-
suck my ass.
know that we
Sorry.
mean no harm. In fact, we can assist if possible if you're injured.
Unless you're working for the
You-
vampire, and then we're gonna cut your throat out.
Then you can suck my ass.
Rosaline also gives you a look, but again, she has the night vision goggles, so it's like her being like, shut the fuck up, but with like,
You wait for a minute, 2 minutes. You hear some slight drips of
We ain't
water.
waiting 2 minutes.
There's no reply. You hear nothing,
Oh.
just the slight wind shift in this room, and then drips of water as you're underground, and it started to seep through this old stonework.
After
Rosaline-
Let's keep moving.
15 seconds, I'll say, "All right, we're coming to get you. We're going to see you."
Okay.
But
yeah,
you're not.
Rose is walking in.
I want to
As-
stay on the high ground, is what I'm trying to do.
Okay. As you
I'll stay
all
low.
round that corner, which Adolf's with you, I'm just not moving him every time. As you round this corner and look, it's not a pedestal. It appears to be, well, it looks like it used to be a pedestal for somebody's burial, but they have carved out and hauled out the stone here and earth. And what you're seeing is the faint bit of daylight that is able to reach all the way down here, kind of scattered on the ground in front of it. Baron, you can easily recognize that this is a carved out, like tunnel, escape tunnel of some sort or something.
Oh.
And laying in front of it, you see 2 bloody short swords.
I will approach the short swords.
Okay. They're literally laying right in front of like where my oval is, right there.
Okay.
Why do
And
you have to
just
call them
kind of
short? They're just swords.
nice.
No, they're short swords.
I'm just gonna look
It's
into
a type of sword.
I'm gonna look into the tunnel and kind of use my mace, like the light from my mace, to
Okay.
kind of.
And like I said, there's a faint bit of light that manages to reach all the way down here from the daylight that is up, but it is a long tunnel, probably 250 to 350 feet. And so like the light that you're seeing isn't daylight. It's just kind of like a half shadow that the light that has bounced around managed to reach this area down here. You look up in it and it's wide enough for one person to fit through at a time. It probably was not used by the demon that you guys encountered, as that thing was humongous. But is probably used for, say, the vampire, how he managed to get in and out of here so quickly, or some of the other Paresh or things like that were able to get down to this area without traversing the rest of the levels. Roll an investigation check on the short swords, whoever wants to do that.
Ina.
Hopefully, that was the prisoners that found their way to escape.
Investigation on the short swords.
How many prisoners do you think they keep?
12.
12. You get down, you look at the short swords, you kind of pick it up, you look, and as you pick it up, the blood drips off of it. This is fairly fresh. It has not had time to congeal and solidify as blood does as it's left. And you see, as you look at them more closely, there's like spatterings on the ground where it looks like somebody just tossed it to the side to make their way out of here, as maybe they're not as well versed in weaponry as some of you folks are. And could not traverse the tunnel with a sharp blade in their hand. And speaking of sharp, they're not terribly sharp. They look like they've seen some wear and tear. There's chips in the blade. There's some rolled edges. Like, they do the job, but they're not fine weaponry.
Do you say this to us, or at least like kind of point out these things?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would. I would be telling her. Yeah.
Rose
And
like
I-
stretches her chin and goes, "This sounds like a true warrior would not be holding this kind of weaponry."
Well, I'm just wondering, like, either something got out and they're at the town, or someone's not doing too hot.
I mean, the prisoners could have escaped.
They could have escaped. I'm
Do
gonna
they?
taste the blood to see. Hey, I know my blood. Like, you know, I
Is this
eat
rotting
pretty
thrall
raw stuff.
blood, or is
So
this
I
people
want to
blood?
know. I
You
would
might
say
know.
through some battles, I probably had some human blood or elven blood. You know, I've tasted it before, probably.
Man, you're
Okay.
lucky you already went
Universe.
through menopause.
Roll
So-
a... Do...
I guess I'm trying to identify, is it our blood? Like, is it someone who's hacked and slashed us?
You know what I saw recently? It was like a thing
I
like
know, you
Oh,
can't
let
Kickstarter.
me
just
kill
drop
everyone in
that.
that room. I was like, I guess. I
Do
don't know.
it.
I'm just trying to see if I can identify the blood by taste. Like,
I'll
is
give
this
you
human
I'll give you a
mix?
chance. Do a nature check.
I don't want to play this game.
Natural one. If any time, that's a perfect nat one moment right there.
Brandy's too much for me.
Randy, why would you say that?
Because
I
Ian
just
is
ignored it.
gross.
Guys. I was just ignoring it.
Tastes like blood.
Oh,
Yeah, could be deer. Maybe a rat. Could be human, orc, elf. It's not mine. The color doesn't match it.
Rosine's looking at the tunnel and goes, "Well, we could explore the rest, or we could try to catch up with whoever that was."
What do you want to do?
Personally, I would like to find my father, but I can't confirm that the person who went through that tunnel isn't my father, so.
Best possible outcome was, well, hopefully it's not your father there, because then he clawed and fought his way out. But if it is your dad, he got out. But if it's not your dad and we go out chasing that person, your dad's in here somewhere chained up still.
That's a good
So,
point.
I think we should just keep exploring around this area and then afterwards follow the trail out of here. I mean, if they're bleeding, that's going to be a pretty obvious trail to follow.
I think that's fair.
I think that's a great idea. When did you get
Just
so
like-
smart?
Rose is shuffling her feet, clearly uncomfortable with this decision, but she says, if that's the best way forward.
Drithla, you're a good tracker still, right? I mean, you tracked me, I suppose. Probably off.
Know my way around some footsteps.
Would you be able to likely track these individuals outside if we do that?
I can certainly try my best. Stone's a little harder to work with, but once they're out on the soft ground, it's much easier for me to identify where they went.
We got a tracker with us. We'll be fine. If we need to find.
Could whatever her name is, Ileana go through the tunnel?
No
And-
offense, but I'm not leaving my dragon side for a while.
That's fair. Booker?
No.
Okay. Oh, you're a good boy. Fog. Give him a name.
I love that. He just said no. No hesitation. Doesn't even let her ask. I love it.
He's been around for the whole conversation, so
Yeah, he's
in
seen
fact
the demon. He
he's
ain't
still
fucking
kind
around.
of terrified by being actually transformed into a fire elemental with her because it's everything on her person, so he's still
Well,
kind of
he
freaked
likes
out about that, but
No, he likes that.
sure, Squirrel
it.
loves turning into a swirling torrent
actually
of fire.
hell for Rose.
Powerful!
Anyway,
get all the
Honestly, I
peanuts. That's what he
I
thinks.
have power in me. I'm a squirrel but with magic.
Yeah, he likes it.
are you guys
It
making
honestly
your
makes me
way
sick to his stomach.
making your way back to the stairwell?
Yeah.
Okay.
Make it away.
You don't need to move. I'm just gonna. There's nothing on the
Alright.
way to or from.
All
Oh,
right.
you're just gonna change.
Group up
Yeah.
and let him copy paste us.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Gappy.
Hey, oh.
Okay. Where are we?
Hold on.
Okay.
I'm assuming
I
we're gonna be at the top.
I have not
Yeah.
placed your characters here yet, so give me 1
I
minute.
hope this isn't where your dad was locked up. and
Unexcusable, Fort. How
I
dare
know,
you.
I
like,
know, I
guys,
know.
let's
Let's go the other
around.
way. Yeah,
Yeah, he's like, I don't recognize this either, and I'm just like,
Also, we kind of need to kill the vampire thing. I don't
That's-
want us to leave
that's-
that.
Yeah,
Okay, can
that's
you
kinda
guys-
what I'm thinking.
Can you guys
it's funny
see
'cause
now?
This is the left path, and I said left is always right. And I
Yes,
was-
I see my boy.
Okay.
I see
Leave
my
it.
boy.
Leave it to Brandy to know.
I'm not
every
gonna
instant
put-
She would have been right.
I'm not gonna put Aenolf and Drithla down because I don't want to copy and paste their characters. They're with you. Just know that
Okay.
they're with us in spirit.
in spirit. I also didn't do dynamic lighting because these little rounded bits are really fucking hard to do.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, I bet that would be a bitch.
But you guys traverse back through the hallways back to where you know the stairwell leads up. The stairwell leads up roughly a flight, maybe a little more. You emerge into another hallway that leads into another wide open chamber area. And
Wide open
roll a
chamber.
perception check, Rose and Ina.
Okay. Also,
Big ass sarcophagus.
12.
3 hot.
Wait, what'd you say? Yeah, delve. Perception.
3.
What'd you roll,
on my
Ina?
dice or something. 12.
What'd you 12? Rose, you're looking, the goggles are kind of finicky right now. They're like cutting in and out. You kind of got to smack them to get them working. Ina, as you enter the end of this room and you look, it's another 2-floored room. The sides are 7 or 8 feet above, and then it drops down, and you can see hands dangling of bodies lining the wall from the second floor or second level down to the first level, with what appear to be pools of blood underneath every single one of them.
Are any of the hands wearing rings or any identifying mark?
From where you're at, you can't really tell. Right now, you just entered your eye. You have dark vision, but you're still kind of trying to gauge the depth of the room. And you see these people, and it's kind of a shock to you, the hand that these bodies are just kind of limply hanging against the wall.
I feel like Ina's just gonna like get like really like mad, kind of like rage filled, almost like you killed so many people. We're gonna fuck you up.
And just
Did you
so
say that out loud?
What?
Rose doesn't notice this. Did you just say they killed so many people?
No,
Also
I'm
don't know
thinking
if
that.
they're-
No, I'm thinking that. I'm
Okay.
thinking that, and so I'm getting like emotion filled anger, frustration. So I'll just be like,
just so you guys can kind of gauge where everything's at here.
I'm gonna get the shillelagh up. Shillelagh.
Shillelagh. Is it shillelagh or shillelagh?
Shillelagh.
Shillelagh.
Shillelagh-hoo.
Shillelagh.
What?
It's Shillalog.
It's shut the fuck up, Pennies.
Okay. So the black circles,
Yes, ma'am.
the black circles represent bodies that you can see strung up against the wall here.
Oh my god.
Gott. Kannst gut, kannst.
That's a lot.
And you can't see all of them yet, as you haven't quite entered the room, Ina, but you get the idea.
Can I recognize any of the ones that are surrounding, like up to like here?
Roll a perception check.
Woo!
Rosaline is like adjusting her goggles.
22.
She kind of like turns to Baird and
22.
says, "Do you recognize this place? I can't really see."
Baron, you know it immediately.
Yeah.
Ina, yes, you do actually recognize one.
No.
This one, I'm gonna just
It's
fill
one
it.
of your grandkids.
No, I'm gonna fill it in with
And it's super dead.
with red. This one is a very familiar elven figure that you've met before. Kind of beastly,
Oh,
tall,
that's
blonde
right!
figure that you know to be Aaron is laying currently, head slumped over, neck almost entirely severed from the body,
Dead.
Oh,
blood running down the side of her chest.
holy shit. I'm gonna kind of instruct Rose just to stay put for a second.
Take the goggles off.
Make
Just
a
Yeah.
make a persuasion check.
I
Oh.
don't. Why
Oh,
would I do
shit.
that? I'm trying to help here.
Oh,
Ro-
that
I
was
Rose-
step
bad
in
one.
front of
Father.
Rose.
Rose, make
Seven.
an
Rose
Oh.
sounds like upset that you would suggest that.
Well,
make an insight check, Rose.
Oh
It's
boy.
It's not to because I don't want you to have the fun we're having in this room.
What'd you roll, Baron?
I rolled a 7.
Okay.
Oh.
He says this, and yeah, you pick up on the tone of Baron's voice. There's a slight little like quiver in the way he talks, almost like what you've heard him talk about when he's like slightly scared about something. And you
Like when you saw that pile of bodies in the hallway? and she
yes,
was-
almost exactly like that. And you pick up on that, and you're kind of like,
Yeah, as soon as you say that and she picks that up, she puts Agatha back and immediately draws a sword that you hear a shing, and she goes, "Latem."
Oh,
But
no.
angrily.
Oy.
and as she does, both with the mace in Ban's hand and the sword in Rosa's hand, this room is ignited with light, and all of you can now see just rows of bodies stretched against the upper to lower level in this room, all seemingly with dire wounds dealt to them. As the room ignites, you hear a clanging of armor as Aenulf kind of falls to his knees, hammer on ground. Yeah.
Is that Aenulf saying yeah or what?
No, that was me saying yeah.
I'm just gonna say you have to point out who's all the people Rose recognizes, 'cause
Mhm.
she will immediately recognize people.
From where you're at currently, of the first 14 people, so Aaron is the red. I don't know how to, here, hold on.
Okay. Can I write like letters to represent who they are to her?
Hold on. Freehand.
Oh no, you got it, Aaron.
Aaron's there. That was actually really good writing for using a mouse.
I'm just gonna make circle color dots for you to drag and move.
Next to Aaron, I don't remember people's names because I'm not Matthew Mercer.
You're not?
I know, right?
But you know him. I thought he's been helping make this one.
I know. But I'm not him, so I can't remember every fucking character that I've ever come up with. Next to Aaron.
What? Mino's here. How did that happen?
Is the
I'm sorry, I'm opening my documentation too of like all the characters that I'm supposed to know. So I can be like, she dead. She also dead. For the Wythe family, Aaron's dead.
Just being helpful, making color dots for Fork to drag and drop.
Athel? What? That's the leader of the fucking Wythe family. He's dead.
she.
Oh,
She's dead. Oh, right. It's the matriarch. Oh, fuck. That's even dead. Decap in.
Is every single person dead?
Seemingly, you haven't gotten up close to investigate
Okay.
yet. But
After the
also haven't
names,
gotten deep
after
down.
the names, Baron will be rushing in to see if there's anyone he can heal. He'll also be looking for Thor.
I'll also cast this new cantrip I have called
Or
Light that I forgot I had.
That is handy. I think I have that too.
I would say
Adora.
we kept it off to be more sneaky in the dark.
I actually don't know who Adora is.
or Dar.
Ordor?
Or Dor. It's another of the Wythe family.
Oh,
It's-
there it is.
yeah,
Husband.
it's the husband.
Is Ordar. Got it.
Is that the father that told us to leave?
To
Yes.
leave, but that's not actually him. This is him.
Hmm.
Okay.
Sig?
Siggy? Oh shit, that's the wife of the Afis family.
Holy fuck.
your town's
I don't
And
have all my
one of-
fucking notes.
You're gonna
Or
be
dare-
queen. after.
Ordere and Sige are both of my teachers from school. They both taught Rose and basically was like who taught her like her letters and shit.
Kakashi and Iruka. Hmm. Sorry.
Wait, what are you
I'm not
talking
joking.
about? I don't know anything about what Kakashi's alive. What are you talking about?
And the only other
Oh, I was just
one,
saying that was his teachers. And
the only other
no, they can use
notable
his teachers.
one, the only other
Don't
notable
spoil it
one
for me.
of up here
He didn't.
is
So delete these excess
You did.
colors now.
leave them up for now.
The
You
way
still have
reacted there. Now I know.
you still have 28 more. Well, actually, I only need 2 more.
Pink
Zag.
and purple. use
Zagun.
those.
It's the head of the guard from the docks.
Oh my god, him too?
Wait, what? The guy that like welcomed us?
Zagun,
Yeah.
yes.
Sagud.
We drank
mean-
with him.
We did.
You did?
I mean, he may
We
have been
thought we
abducted
did.
later. I mean, we've been here for what, a month
So-
and a half? 2 months?
Yeah, you turn and look after Baron says this, and your goggles finally get in line with your eyes, almost like trying to line up a scope, and you kind of focus them for a second as the light begins to fill the room. And you actually
Yeah.
don't need them anymore. It's quite bright. You take them off, and you see first this layer of crimson that seems to have like filled in the cracks and the crevices, the breakages in the stones that almost lines this floor like what you were walking through earlier. As you look to either side, and you see a number of nobles that, no offense, are not important to the story. But you also see Aaron, Athel, Ordor, Ordare, Sige, and Zagund all lying seemingly dead at the moment.
Rose is shaking and she like drops Derek. The flame tongue as it hits the floor.
Cling, cling. And as she drops it, it kind of the fire goes out, and all that's left is Baron's Mace of Disruption light filling the area. Are you casting light on something?
Yeah, I cast light on myself, so I just
Okay.
use little-
Does it
And-
go out if I drop it? I guess it
Yes,
does.
it does. And Scalefound's body is now emitting a bright light, as well as the room is about half the room is now filled with light.
My
Rose,
scales are shiny.
Rose is just looking back and forth. Her face is filled with horror as she like slowly walks forward. Oh, I'm in drawing mode, sorry. And she like looks back and forth like she wants to go to either one of them, but instead of doing that, she just dashes forward
Okay.
looking for her dad's.
Does anybody follow her because she does not currently have night vision on?
I'm gonna follow her. Pretty
While
much,
you were
Okay.
because I
listing
know
the
she's-
names off, I said I would have moved, but I'll let Rose go ahead to do her.
I'll chase
thing.
behind. Like,
I was looking for people to heal, but I will let Rose have her.
Well, I was gonna say,
For
so
a
she
moment.
goes sprinting forward. If you are looking for people to heal, I want you to do 3 medicine checks in succession.
Oh God. Okay.
no pressure. Just
I
people's lives on the line.
Well, the first one was a nat 1, but it
Okay.
came out to a 6.
Okay.
I put their
Second one
names a little.
was a 19, so it's a 24.
Okay.
Third one, come on,
Come on.
13. Not terrible overall.
Okay. So one was a 6. You begin kind of making your way through the bodies to see if anybody has survivable wounds, and of the 4 in area 1, they're not. Some of them have a blade imprint plunged deep into like the chest area where the heart would be. You kind of move the body and you can see it goes all the way through to the back. Some of them, their necks are cut. Some of them have the shoulder. There's an impact under the arm and then an extrude like where it came out above the arm. None of them have survivable wounds. In area 2, you said you got a 24.
That is correct. Yeah.
As you're making your way down the row, from 1 to 2, you actually do come to Zagoon, who is quite a hardier man than most of the other people in this room. And as you're kind of walking by, checking wounds on people, you see ever so slight chest rise come from him.
Quickly. I will cure wounds.
Okay, I want you to
Second
roll
level.
a religion check.
Oh.
Can I know? Do I know? And can I know? It can like thralls be brought back if it's like the people are mortally wounded, or do they just have to be bitten and brought back? It can.
Ina
Zombie.
would not know.
Okay, I don't know.
I got a
so-
21.
A 21? Okay.
I can tell you if you want to know, Brandy. I'll just message it.
Yeah.
If you want to know as a player.
No, I'll know after.
Sabon, as you see this very slight chest raise and exhale, you reach out and you touch to cast cure wounds and you clutch the holy symbol. The holy symbol's cold. You're not sure why. You've never experienced this kind of sensation. You focus and you reach out to Moradin when you feel that amulet come to warmth again, the warmth that you're used to happening. Something about this room is dark and does not want divine energy to reach, but you're able to focus and reach out to Moradin, and he's able to reach back and grant you your power that you need to cast Cure Wounds on Zagoon. So how much do you heal for?
Let's see. 16 points.
Okay. As the warmth kind of leaves the amulet, travels down your arm and into the body, you watch as this glow happens, and you're spatters of blood come shooting out from him. He's there, but he's still mortally injured and hasn't quite come to yet. But you can see the chest. It's labored, but he is now,
Not dead.
in fact,
Mhm.
actually breathing.
Yeah.
And then the third check, do you remember what that was? It was like
yeah,
a
13.
13?
Lapis wrote it down.
Okay. As you start going through all of them, unfortunately, they are all mortally wounded as well. Aaron, being one of the bulkier people and that they know was a fighter, the head is almost completely bisected from the shoulders. Like they went into her. The other two elves next to her, they have multiple stab wounds. These ones not as deep as the ones across, but there's just too many of them. There's no repair work that can really be done here, and no signs of life in them currently. And then the very top one is a noble, but not well known to you nobles, but is also got a deep impact going at an angle from one side of the chest and out the other side of the back.
I'm gonna call Anulf over to help me unchain Sigurd.
Okay, and he stands up. You can hear the metal. It's more of a dragging than a walking sound, and he approaches you, warhammer not even in hand, but does indeed help you start unchaining these innocent people. Rose, as you go sprinting forward, and Scalefound is kind of like, oh shit, and kind of comes sprinting out behind you. The room lights up. On the side that your character's kind of facing, is a whole row of nobles that you know, and some of them you grew up with. They're not named families, and once again, not necessarily important to the story. However, on the other side, I need to select here and here. I need to get back to my notes real quick.
Which one's dead, Fort? Which one's dead?
They're probably all dead.
Which one can I heal?
No, I said
mean,
dad.
they're not.
Oh, Dad.
Zagud was alive.
True.
Zigzagoon, yeah. He's a Pokemon. He doesn't die.
He faints.
Atmic. And there it is, Baldric. No.
Oh, sorry.
Baldric?
Is it Baldric? Sorry.
Yeah, Baldrick.
And
Who's
Let me-
Atmic?
Baldrick.
Atmic is the leader of. He has a name. Maybe not leader. I know he's somewhere.
yes, he's the head of the Althese family.
Altis family. There it is.
So yes, you go scanning through the row that's closest to you. You don't.
The only
I mean,
one
you're.
that's missing is Ridar for a feast.
Yeah, the Louis family.
Yeah, well.
And oddly enough, there's no Ista or Ralia people down here. You glance over at the row that's closest to you. You know these people, but they're not your father, and they're not people you necessarily grew up close to. You look to the other, and you see Atmic first, and then as your eyes go down the row, you see slumped over, head back against the wall, kind of like cockeyed this way, hands still chained above his head, your father.
Rose just screams "Father" at the top of her lungs and runs to him immediately. Is
Me too.
he injured?
Also hearing that, I
Roll
would be making my
a
way.
medicine check at disadvantage, as you are currently in disarray over the sight of everything that's in this room.
I'm fumbling in my bag to try to get the fucking health potion out, just to like try and
Check medicine.
in this
check.
moment.
I'll yell to Baron.
You want a 3 or a 4? Up to you. 3, I guess.
Your eyes are clouded and filled with tears as you come running up to your father, whose face is covered in this scraggly, greasy hair that's way overgrown from anything you ever remember your father's haircut being. His clothes are tattered and torn. You see blood, but you don't know if it's his blood or somebody else's blood from around him, from what's going on, and you're just distraught over everything that is before you right now.
Rose is gonna immediately like cling to him, I guess. Like arms around his chest, head in his chest. Does that make sense? Arms around his waist. Like she's trying to like cling to him because she's desperate. This is her dad.
Mm-hmm.
I'll like go to Rose
With
and be
that
like,
health
"You have to
potion,
let
I'm
Ben
just gonna
in."
try and like
And get her.
Rose, try to make him drink it.
Let Ben work. Be mommy. Sorry. I was gonna try and get you to go off for a second. Let Baron in.
So you're trying to give him a healing potion?
I'm trying to get. Well, I would feel because Rose is like hugging his body, so I don't know if I can position to like help him drink it. But I'm trying to let Rose know, like, hey, try to have him drink this to see if like she'll do it, or if she's not moving at all, I will
Her mind
fucking
is
try to manhandle it and fucking
her
help
mind
him.
is gone.
Okay.
Okay, she's just
You
pure.
pop the top on the potion, kind of shove it at Rose, who is beyond anything at this moment. She's in her own world. So you're like, okay. You take it, you kind of press it to his lips as best as you can. He doesn't react whatsoever as you start to pour. It fills his mouth and just begins to run down his cheeks, down his neck.
Please, Rose, we have to let Ben in.
Yeah. Can you guys give me some space? I
can't lose him. We can't, please.
I can't heal
We're gonna
him
do it.
if I can't heal him if you're in the way. I'm sorry.
Come, Rose.
Do you have
This
to
is-
roll? Sorry, it's because I rolled a 3 that she's like this.
I'm grabbing Rose by the arm. Come on, let Baron help. You're not helping your father right now. You need to let Baron help him.
Roll a strength check, Scale Found.
Strike it.
I was trying to persuade there, but okay. Strength check. That's
There's
not
no
bad.
there's
17.
no persuading her right now. Go ahead and
That's
roll a
fair.
strength check.
17.
Actually, Rose, you're holding on to something. I'd say yours is probably athletics as more than strength.
Would you say I am at a disadvantage or at advantage or normal or?
Just do normal athletics roll.
Okay, I'm good at those.
Roll low. Roll low.
Nope.
Eesh.
She is held on tight. The chains are beginning to rattle as you're pulling against her, and she's holding on.
I can't let go. If I let go, he dies. If I let go, he dies. If I let go, he dies.
If you don't let go, he can't be saved.
She's not mentally there. I rolled a 3.
I know. I'm aware. This
You're
is
muted.
Just pissing off Scalefound.
You're muted, Baron.
Yeah, you just.
There you go.
You didn't want to hear what I said. I said should have let her die. We could have saved her dad.
Oh
He's
no.
more important than your
Yeah.
fighter.
I mean I'll try and fucking jimmy my way in there and see if he's alive and
well,
cure wounds, but
Remember, her head's in his chest. He still has like his arms and his head like this.
Okay. What are you trying to do? Sorry.
It's like trying to perform surgery when someone's laying on top of the person.
So what are you attempting to do, Baron?
I mean, I'm trying to heal, but I'm also trying to see if he's alive. Like,
Okay. Roll a medicine check for me first.
that was good. 20.
Okay. As you approach, the body hasn't gone cold yet, but you kind of hold a hand to the cheeks, the neck to feel for some sort of a pulse, chest to feel for some sort of rise. There's nothing.
Oh, okay. One more try. It worked twice. Revivify. I have one more spell slot, one more diamond.
No, what?
You wouldn't tell me no.
She
Okay.
can't say anything, but Noodle's like, what?
It's a fucking diamond.
Okay.
I'm s-
I gotta look at this spell real quick.
He hasn't got he just went cold, right?
I mean, bodies stay warm for a decent amount of time.
No.
No, they stay warm for 30 seconds in D&D.
What do you want? What do you want?
Attention.
Okay. As you feel that there's no pulse, no breathing, that the life is in fact gone from Baldric here in front of you, Rose clinging to him, you begin to reach up and gently undo the manacles and the chains that are dealt around his wrist. At this point, Aenulf, seeing the situation, also comes over and helps you. He undoes the other side, and you both kind of lay him down. Rose still like grasping the waist area, head laid on the chest. As you pull the diamond out of your pocket, you kind of look at it. You shake your head with one sigh as Aenulf's hand kind of reaches over and grabs it as well. You both place it on the chest. Now, he has been dead for over 1 minute. But giving the circumstances, we're going to do a combined skill check to see what happens here.
Oh God.
Double casting.
Rose cannot be involved in it.
Nope.
Fair.
So,
With us? All of us?
yes, you three and Anolf. So, Baron, I just want you to just roll a religion check.
Oh, come on, baby. Oh, that wasn't great.
There's that health potion in his mouth. That's what's doing it all.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
It's an 8 total.
Okay.
What are we rolling?
Really.
What would you like to do to help with the spell that is being cast on Baldric Revivify? Some form to help reach out into the ether and bring his soul back.
I'm gonna try and keep
Pray?
Rose from like trembling and shaking to like help with steadying the space for Baldric to, or help with the space of focus that Baron and the Paladin are working on. I'm just gonna like, because I'm gonna assume she'd be like convulsing and like moving,
Crying and loud.
around.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm gonna try and steady.
Steady.
Just do a general charisma check for me.
Daddy. Shoot the
General
healing spell into him.
charisma.
You would run your hands through her hair and pet. Oh wait.
You're
You
attempting to
pet her
calm a
head.
frantic, crying woman down with her dead father in
21.
arms. 21. Okay.
Do I have
That's
to
good.
roll something?
You do
against
not
that?
know.
Okay.
Ina, is there something that you would like to do?
Pray to my God? Like,
What do you say?
please help. Save
I
me
could've
from this
brought in
fucking
Bahama Mama.
monster.
Forgot about that.
Vampire bitch.
Okay. Roll religion with disadvantage for me.
Disadvantage.
You weren't too convincing there.
Well, it's also the fact that you guys are both Moradin and she's now praying to a wildlife god.
That's fair.
Okay, 17.
17.
That's pretty damn
That
good.
was pretty good. I have
Okay.
+7 to my religion.
And
And I'm a
Anolf-
cleric and I have less.
Anolf is attempting to help with the spell.
Come on, baby.
Okay. Oh, wait, what's his modifier?
Don't make this
Oh, fuck.
diamond gone for nothing.
Okay.
Come on, wilderness.
As
God's
he-
bear van.
You and Anolf lay Baldric down on the ground, Rose clutching, crying against the body of her, what she believes to be dead father. You and Anolf clasp hands and place the diamond down on his chest as you begin to reach out, and with all of the focus and attention that you can give to Moradin inside of this dark, recessed cavern, you feel your hands begin to warm, and then you feel the hands on top of yours begin to warm as Anolf is doing the same. Ina sits down at the head, holding Baldric's head in her lap, and begins to kind of mutter some words that you're not too familiar with as she speaks Gnomish around you, but not fluent Novish. So she's speaking in a tongue that you don't quite understand as Scalefound begins to kind of calm Rose down, just keeping her from, being interactive
There,
with
there.
With a broom.
interactive with, and your hands warm and then get searing hot as you hear the of the diamond shatters around the body. You made the DC lower. The diamond scatters out on the body, lays down like dust on an old mantle above a fireplace, melts into the body. You all sit. The air is still. Nobody breathes.
Yeah. Rose immediately looks up and she's just like crying and goes, "Father!" And she's like holding on to him as tight as she can, arms around him.
Where's
As-
Eddie?
He comes back coughing
Russian.
and wheezing like the worst asthma attack you can imagine.
He spits
That's
all
pretty
the
bad.
healing potion onto my face.
Yes. The potion that was left is spewed about all of you.
Baron would have immediately cast Cure Wounds on him, like immediately. This is my last spell, so it's 4th level.
My God, didn't you rest?
I'll roll it.
A short
Short
rest, but he doesn't get anything back on
anything
short
for me.
rest.
He's not a warlock.
I literally
Nope.
your
I
DC
don't
for
get
that,
things back then either.
you
What
get your
was
beast
it?
shape back, but you don't get your
Yes, I
spells
did.
back.
Ew.
What was our DC for it?
You with the rolls from Ina, Scalefound, and Aenolf, you brought it down to a 15, and I
Ooh.
rolled a 16,
Holy
shit!
and it's still
Yo,
sitting over there.
that is so sick.
Dang.
I rolled 16 points of healing.
Okay.
for Papa.
The lucky number.
As he comes back,
60.
you can hear the struggled breathing. Almost feels like
You
there's fluid.
unchained him.
Yes, he's unchained. It almost sounded like fluid-filled lungs, and as you heal him again, he starts to breathe more normally and come to. As he looks up, and you can see the hair is like stuck to his face at this point, whether it be blood or grease, you're not entirely sure. As he looks up, Rose, and looks around to all of you.
She goes, "Yes, it's me, Papa." First time you've ever heard her say Papa. I decided to give him a term of endearment that she only calls him to his face.
When
Hey,
he's
I like it.
dying.
Yeah.
But with him going to the bathroom, we'll go ahead and take our break too.
Okay.
Because I'm sure I need to go to the bathroom. I'm sure other people need to get a drink or something like that, and we'll come back
Yeah.
to this moment.
Oh,
Okay.
we did it.
You did it!
You didn't want me to, but I did.
You're lucky.
Oh no,
Dear old
I
man.
didn't think you were going to. It's not that I didn't want you to. I was shocked that you would. More likely.
Rule of cool, baby.
You're,
Scalefound.
Cool.
We saved him.
all I gotta say is you're lucky Aenolf rolled as high as he did. Otherwise, what happened?
I rolled really bad.
No.
I rolled a 4 plus 4.
Yeah. Yeah, he has a +6 in his religion, so get fucked, Baron. All right. Grab a drink, grab a snack, and go to the bathroom. Do whatever you need to do. We'll be right back, folks.
Will be RB.
Well, I just used the bathroom.
You gotta show me now. What would I do without you? Are we supposed to know if we will never grow? It's not a perfect life. I can't sleep at night. How could I win this fight if I would never trust you?
We're back, chat. Back before everybody else, but that's okay because I got chips. Ugh. Goofin, how you doing tonight? You playing, what game were you playing? Shit. I don't remember. Are you playing with your friend, playing games with your friends again? My little feetsies are cold. I'm putting socks on. They did it. They rezzed the father. I didn't think it was going to happen. My cat is currently behind me yelling. What's up, bud? What you doing? Oh, what you doing, stinky butt? Don't flick your tail at me. What you doing? What doing? What doing? What's up, guys? We're just getting back from our break. Currently waiting for other players to get back from the restroom and making a snack or doing what they need to do. If anybody is just joining, my name is That Forking Guy. I'm the DM for this campaign. I completely homebrewed this world and this story. The monsters and things are brought from the books of D&D. But all of the events and stories are brought from my head. Most of them. But yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
It me, the noodle.
You, the noodle.
What you snacking on, bud?
I got honey barbecue lays.
Mm-mm-mm. My cat was going nuts because it's about time to feed her.
Yeah.
So as soon as I got up from the desk, she was just like meow, 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 like going nuts.
Yeah. Mine
you
still hasn't
man?
quite adjusted to the daylight savings time change.
Orangesicle?
Mhm.
Nice, sweet.
Mhm.
I have a Ferrero Rocher.
Yummy. Those are so
Oh.
good.
They're like my favorite candy for sure.
My dad
That's-
always gets my mom them, but I think it's just so he can eat them. It's like the heart ones.
Oh, so
Mhm.
it's basically my boyfriend. He does the same shit.
It's
I got
yeah.
these for you, and then I go to the next day, and half of them are already gone.
Yeah. It's a good tactic.
I would do that to my mom. We have a local ice cream shop that has these things called Choco Creams. It's little ice cream balls covered in chocolate. They're so good. And me and my mom both love them. So I'll get them and I'll bring them home. Like, look, I got these for you. I ate half of them already, but they're for you.
It's the
So-
thought that counts.
Exactly.
Yes.
Just so I did that anything above a 10 was 1 point off the DC. Anything above a 20 was 2 points off the DC. So whoever rolled the 21 took off 2. Whoever rolled the 17 took off 1, and then A&O rolled a 23, which took the other 2 off for the 15 total.
Yo, that's sick.
Pepperoni.
Nice popsicle.
Thank you.
Yo, I got my brother and his girlfriend made like spinach ricotta cannolis, and it's so funny.
Ooh.
Yeah, and so she calls them Italian dumplings. She's like, you want some Italian dumplings? It's so cute.
Not completely wrong.
That's really funny.
Couldn't you call like lasagna Italian dumplings too?
I mean, you don't fill them.
No.
Fill lasagna.
Yeah, it's not-
Manicotti, ricotta, yeah.
I would say
But-
ravioli.
Do you
ravioli.
call Chicago pizza lasagna?
No, I call that
I
shit
don't know
a
what that is.
pie. That thing, okay, Chicago pizza so you
Is
know you got normal
delicious.
pizza? Chicago pizza is like an actual like big thick like pie like thing for the crust, and then inside is like the soupy pizza topping.
Oh, don't make that face. It's so good.
Really?
Some
I feel like
people-
this is like a poutine situation where you guys think it sounds gross, but it's so good.
I've
And
had
I think
it
Chicago
sounds gross.
pizza.
So,
It's
total-
pretty good, but I prefer normal pizza. Like,
Total honesty here, I have no idea what the fuck poutine is. So
What is normal pizza noodle?
New York style.
literally
Flat.
New York style. Literally not a thick ass pie.
Yeah.
Here, I'm gonna fucking find it.
Yeah,
Poutine is
Go ahead.
fries, gravy, and cheese curds.
that sounds fucking phenomenal. I don't know who
It
would
is.
think that's terrible.
It sounds fucking phenomenal.
It's
Wait,
very
what is
good.
poutine, fried cheese curds, and what?
Fries, gravy,
cheese curds, and gravy.
cheese curds.
Okay, I put the picture of Chicago pizza inside
really
of
good.
the Discord.
Yep,
I'd probably take
that's a
off the
good
gravy
rendition
and
of
just
Chicago
mention
style pizza.
No, the gravy's the main point.
The gravy melts the cheese, and it's really good.
I've only been to Canada once and I was too young, but now
What
I
is the-
really, really want to go to Canada just to have poutine and to like.
What is the base of the gravy?
What you
I
doing?
have no idea.
It's just a brown
Plus-
gravy.
Now I have several
Gravy.
Canadian friends who told me all the things I need to eat in Canada. So
Yeah,
Come on over, baby.
come to Canada. We
Oh.
here.
Yeah.
I'm potentially moving to Kansas, or not, no, Arkansas, not Kansas. Arkansas or California soon.
Arkansas.
California would be probably the worst idea since you'd
Yeah, I
literally
don't
go
want to go to
bankrupt
California.
from the rent.
Don't want to go to California.
Just live on the
Yeah,
beach, man.
I
It's
know.
fine. Van life, bro. Hashtag
What part
van
of
life.
California. I feel like California's pretty big, right?
California
It's
is
wherever
very
my
big.
All
job
of it.
places me.
Literally, all of it
Mm.
is so
Yeah.
pricey.
That's
Hmm.
rough.
Their taxes are much different. So
I have a
Yes.
buddy
I'm
that
really
lives in-
hoping for Arkansas for that reason. Even though it's literally nowhere Arkansas. I'm
Yeah.
hoping for nowhere Arkansas.
Mm.
anywho,
Anywho.
so getting back into it, your spell is able to reach through and connect as he comes back to life, and Rose says, "Yes, it's me, Papa." What?
It's me, Papa.
What?
Ah, it's your daughter.
He reaches up and holds his head, wipes up, kind of pulls back as there's a gash on his forehead. What?
Wow, we both died today.
What happened? Where?
Father, daughter, dad.
I'm just holding the potion in the back for visible for him when he wants to drink it.
Okay.
You've been held here in these chambers by monsters who've been controlling the city, and my friends and I, she's like pointing to all of them, we came here looking for you, and we killed several people who captured you, and she's like rambling now, like trying to explain everything to him. Mother's in the Temple of Mord and she's safe. I made sure she was safe, and she's rambling.
It's
Can I ask a question? Why did we have to roll so much for like this death save, but not the
So-
others?
Revivify only technically, based on the spell description, works within a minute. And he had been
Oh.
dead for longer than a minute. So this was to
I-
see if Moradin would reach out and do more than is necessary for the spell to take hold.
It was like
Okay.
a little homebrew challenge thing.
Let's fucking go.
And
Alright.
I don't know if you were here, but I told everybody else, for if you rolled above a 10, it took 1 off. If you rolled above 20, it took 2 off.
Mhm.
So whoever rolled
I came
21,
at the tail end of that.
yeah, so whoever rolled a 21, you took 2 points off. Whoever rolled 17, you took 1 point off. And then Aenolf rolled a 23 and took another 2 points off to make it 15. Otherwise, if you had all rolled under 10, I would have had to have rolled a natural 20, and otherwise it wouldn't have worked. So,
Mm.
yep, just a little finicky thing to, give it a shot. But
I like it.
it's
Picasso.
he kind of wraps your head, pulls it into his chest. It's okay. We're here now. As he kind of opens his eyes weakly, glancing around the room. Oh Lord,
Everyone is dead. Papa.
you're not.
Sagoon isn't.
It's a good as a lot.
I'm not saying that actually. I'm not ruining them over here.
I'm gonna not retreat, but back and go towards Zagud, who's alone right now.
Okay.
Well,
Sure.
you could also check
So-
the other bodies too, because I didn't check. Rose went to her dad immediately.
Honestly, I hope they're all dead because I have 0 spell slots. So, I
Oh no.
But
Maybe we
Aenolf
can medicine check
is
them.
there too.
You look at Aenolf, who's got his hand, like he's kneeling on the ground with his hands on his thighs. I'm pretty spent too, as he kind of stands up and moves with Baron back to.
let it be known, Baron did not say, "I hope they're all dead."
I know.
That was
Yes.
all me.
I know. I feel like it was more of a Baron's like, I'm exhausted. I think I've spent my resources. And Aenolf is kind of like, same. Even if you did glance around, the ones on this side of the room, it seems they started at the back of the room and made their way forward.
Oh yeah,
So-
they're pretty dead.
Yeah.
Who did this to you?
He's kind of wavering at this point. His eyes are very weakly opening. The last word he gets out before he falls back unconscious, because you healed him, but it's still,
Yeah.
he's got some wounds going on. He lets out the word Louis, and then
Yeah.
falls limply into your arms. He's still breathing. He's still there, but he's passed out again.
Rose, who is immediately like back to her, like mentally, she's back because her dad's actually alive, just scoops him up, princess carries him. She
Have
has
him
him
drink
now.
this, Rose.
Could you feed it to him? It's kind of hard for me to do so when I'm holding him like this.
The body is mildly more acceptable this time. You don't quite just turn it upside down, but you are able to get a healing potion into him of whatever you're using. Go ahead and roll the.
This is the normal one.
Oh.
Is it a normal
Oh
one's
my
just a
God.
D4, isn't it?
It's 2d4 plus 2d4 plus 2,
I think it's
or is it 4?
2d4
Yo.
plus 4.
I think it's 2d4 plus 4. They're all plus 4, I think.
think.
Yeah.
And then it just goes up in increments of d4s.
That message you just put in chat, Lapras. Oh my god.
I can.
No.
8 points of healing.
Okay.
Not a bad one. I got a 4 and a 2.
You watch some of the more minor wounds starts to like seal themselves up. He's still got the deep wounds, which now that he's there and you're a little less hysteric, you can see he's got a deep gash that cleaved from like the shoulder muscle down into the collarbone and had just been like pouring blood down his chest. Has seemingly sealed up. It's still there, like right at the collarbone. There's still a gash, but it's not currently bleeding. It's just a deep wound that is there at the moment.
I just wanted to
Rose-
get him back conscious.
Rose like twirls a little bit, like trying to get you to like look at her like clothing and bags and stuff.
I have a greater healing potion in there if you want to try that too.
No, he looks good right now.
she's basically like, do you want to like grab the grading healing potion off of my person and feed it to him?
I will say, based on the environment that you guys have been in frequently, you get the idea that he's about as healed as he can get. It's just the fact that he's at, you gave him 16, you gave him 6, he's at 22 points. So I mean, he doesn't have a whole lot of HP. He's just a pretty,
He's a common.
he's a
yeah.
noble. He's about as healed as he can be. It's just he's been through a lot and the body can't quite keep up at the moment. And so like there's no open pouring blood wounds. It's just his body is fatigued.
Boy needs a nap.
Yes.
Okay.
He just came back from the dead, like
Yeah, she's
was-
gonna have to explain that to him.
grasped from the fingers of death itself, seemingly.
How long had he been dead? Because that means he was like in the other planes.
Oh.
About 2 minutes before you heard the first clattering of swords.
Oh, so over an hour.
So
Yeah.
okay,
Well,
so by the
the
time we
characters
first,
don't know that.
by the
But
time we
that
first
just made
heard
me
the
realize the
swords,
short.
they were already dead.
Yes.
The guys with
what,
the short
again?
swords were
That-
the guys with the short swords were the ones that killed them.
Killed them.
Yes.
We don't.
But
know
your
When-
players
when-
don't know that. Just
Yeah,
you as
players
people
don't
know that.
Oh, well,
it just makes me feel better.
I think
Inside.
Rose can like put 2 to 2 together that freshly bloody short swords and all these people have been clearly slain
Yes.
recently. She could put 2 to 2 together.
You're a fairly intelligent woman.
Baron,
Well,
Are we
you
talking
didn't know
about
that
that?
he had just died, though. Rose doesn't know that.
Yeah.
No,
you-
you kind of
I
did a
will- yeah.
revivify spell in
Oh,
front of her.
from fresh blood. Oh, it's fresh
Yeah.
blood.
From the
Yeah, I
swords to
and
here,
the wounds.
the wounds. You are all smart enough individuals. You can kind of piece it together.
Baron is gonna start unshackling each of the bodies and laying them down, and as he lays them down, he'll say a quick prayer for each of them. He's like, Baron isn't talking. He's really fucked up. He's reflecting on when we got to the stairs, and he said, "Hey, let's turn back." and we could have probably
Came in
saved
here.
them at that point, and by probably I mean definitely. So Baron is a lot of this is on his shoulders, and saving
Mhm.
2 people from it is not good enough.
Yeah, no,
And
that's true. That would be devastating because
Mhm.
you are. Yeah, that's true.
So he's
Oh.
in his own little world, and he is he's working right now.
so, Fork, would you say at this point in time, it's okay to like throw in that epiphanal thought, like we just connected the dots that those two short
Yeah, I
swords
mean,
were
you
the-
guys are spending
Okay.
quite a bit of time in here. The ritual itself probably took about 25 to 30 minutes to actually complete. So, and being that it wasn't just a revivify spell, it was a little more involved than that. So
Raise the dead.
yeah,
As soon as Baron starts unshackling the dead, I'm gonna voice. We don't have the time for that, Baron. The
We have
killers
to
are the
out in the
killers are
town.
out there.
I can't chase the killers when my father is like this.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm saying those who can go.
Drithla, who hasn't entered the chamber, has just stood at the entranceway. She's got an arrow knocked, has kind of been keeping an eye out. I can go. Start taking tracks. I have no way of communication with you besides looks over
I'll
it.
Yes,
go
you
with
do.
Drizzla.
Ink.
I'll go.
There's a
I
stone.
have one. I'll go with Drizzla.
Oh, okay.
Are you sure you're okay to go by yourself with Drifla?
Yes, I'm good. That rest was all I needed. I'm top shape.
Rose looks clearly very concerned because you did die.
I don't have that much health, so rolling most of my hit dice give me full health.
He's looking much hardier than even some of your people are at this point.
Yeah.
Don't
Even
get into
though-
a fight, just track them.
He got blasted by the fire. The scales themselves have a natural kind of not damage resistance, but resistance to scoring, and so he's definitely looking much hardier than he was a few
I'm
hours
also
ago.
physically glowing right now with my life
Yes,
cantrip.
that as well.
Well, Rose looks very like she doesn't like the idea of you going, but she just gives a nod and kind of looks away. Lets you do what you must.
Come on, we must hurry.
I will take off with her.
Okay, they take off in a dead sprint. Ileana
Oh, wait,
streak.
you have my stone, right?
Yes,
Let me know if you need anything, okay?
will do.
Ileana streaks ahead of you. This almost ribbon-like figure darting between the walls of the hallways in front of you guys. As you make your way back to where the opening was that you guys saw, and begin to climb your way out single file. It's a tight squeeze. You're a little bit larger than a normal human being, but you guys can make your way out fairly easily. Drithla is gonna roll a survival check really quick.
Cough, cough. Gang, don't forget to find the vampire's sleepy spot. Destroy.
I was literally about to check the coffins.
I
Are you
maybe
fucking
it's at
kidding?
the
Okay.
Louis house.
Try. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I don't think we'll keep it here.
Yeah.
As you emerge, she kind of kneels down on the ground and sends Ileana up high in the sky, far out of view of most people. And looks on the ground
How high is she?
and says,
Real
"This way." And you begin to follow the path off into the northern woods. It doesn't lead towards the city. There's a woods to the north of the city, and the path leads up that direction. As they take off for that, back to you three. Well, four, because Aenolf is helping Baron unshackle people and lay them out, saying a little prayer every time they do.
Rose, who's still holding her father, approaches who's literally both heads of the Wyvie family right here, plus Aaron. And she's just looking at their bodies like absolutely distraught. Because these are people who matter to her too. And she just while holding her father starts whispering things in Elvish. A prayer itself, I guess you could say.
So you're over here.
I'm over here.
Yeah, she's up there at the top.
I'll be like, put my hand on your shoulder and be like, we have to be strong for whatever the sister's name is. She's the last one. To be strong for them.
Yeah, holy shit. She's literally the only one. So Othel is dead. Ordair is dead. Malia is alive. They have 3 other children
Oh.
that are very young. They're alive, I think. And then Aaron is dead. They have Tiva, Simoth, and Raffo. I'm hoping they're alive because they're kids. They're kids.
Mm. All right.
Do
Yeah.
the Wyvie family have like a god they worship? I figure Rosaline would know because she's been friends and related to their family, and Ordair was her teacher.
That's a good question.
Was Zagoon and Ordair or Sige and Ordair your teachers?
Sige and Ordair. Sige is from the Efis family. She is the wife of the head, and she was a caretaker and a teacher as well. Nellie is her daughter, who's my best friend in this city, who I've never interacted with on stream or ever.
They would worship the god Saloon.
Really? Saloon, huh? The goddess of the moon?
Mm-hmm. Knowledge and life are her domains.
Cute. Who's Zagoon then?
He's the
He's-
He works-
guard.
He's
dude that
the
greeted us. when
yeah,
we
he's the
came.
shipyard captain who works under the Altice family, because the Altice family is the head of the shipyard, and my family's the head of the market.
You,
Was
Wyvie
I might not have been
you,
there.
You were gone.
She was-
for
yeah,
all of
that
our
was-
interactions with him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
He
okay.
helped us when we kicked the one dude's ass at the bar.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
he
the one
got
I was
drunk
hitting.
with us after.
Yeah.
And
Ah.
yeah, he was. I feel like not a vampire at that point or whatever, a thrall or whatever. But yeah,
Maybe he tricked you.
The Wyvie family
would be pretty easy.
just focused on diplomacy. I don't know if that's all I got. But yeah, she's standing there whispering a prayer in Elvish about Saloon.
As
I'll sit with her and do it too. To my nature god.
Okay.
nice. As I mean, you guys do what you guys want to do throughout this, but as Baron finishes unshackling like the last body and saying the prayer, he's gonna ask Rose. Rose, I know this may be difficult, but I want the names of each of these people, and he's gonna make note of each of the dead
Yeah.
bodies.
She gives them all their names, who they are, why they're important.
He would, diligently be taking notes about this, and he's. I don't know if he has like a, what do they call it? A good, what do they call a good memory? This is a thing of. This is a very trademark bad memory trait I'm having right now, but photographic memory. That's it. I don't know if Baron has a photographic memory, but he definitely remembers the faces of each of those dead people that he just prayed for.
Goddess, if Aaron is here, then what the hell is up there? What tried to kill me?
I can't tell you, but I know we took out some great evil today, and maybe that evil was in control of her.
Rosaline turns to Aenulf and says,
Do you think we could ask the rest of the temple to help bring these bodies back? And I guess preserve them? Take care of them? I don't think we should bury them yet, as there's some people who need to see these bodies.
Before you can finish, Aenulf, who is currently kneeling beside one of the last few bodies that they have detached from the shackles. Oh, our temple will make sure that these people are laid to rest in the most honorable way they can. You
We
also
can't push
noticed
them up against these little corners, cubbies here, and make that their.
you've also noticed that
Shackle 'em back up.
since you've entered this room, Baron, you notice this because your passive insight so high. Since you've like seen this room and he fell to his knees at the entranceway, he has yet to make eye contact with anybody, even whenever the ritual was going on. He took your hands and he just was staring at the ground. It seems that he's in a similar state that Baron is in currently, seeing what's happened here.
I'm gonna take Anulf aside to like the other side of the chamber.
Mm-hmm.
Kiss.
Oh,
kiss.
while you're doing that, Rose
What
is
the
gonna go
fuck?
over here to Seagay and like whisper a prayer. And well, she's a human, so she's just saying it in common.
I saw you were having a tough time in that other chamber. You're not alone. I had a good cry last night before I went to bed. I didn't think I could stand to see my friends die anymore, and then I saw two of them die immediately after. So it's we're going through a pretty rough patch right now, and Morden has got me through just about all of it.
He once again doesn't meet eyes with you. He's staring at the ground, almost like through your like chest area, just like through you. It's I've seen people die, and I've seen loved ones die, and I know it's part of it. But these, and he looks at the rows of bodies that you now have lined up, kind of ceremoniously, hands crossed on the belly, eyes are all closed at this point, wounds covered as best as you can with what you have. I knew these people. I knew all of them, their names, their families. He collapses, like, to his knees, and then to like a princess sit, his legs to one side and his body to the other, and just starts weeping.
I'll put my hand on his back. I'll let him cry it out for a bit, and I'll let him know. Anulf,
Why?
I told us to go in a different direction at the foot of these stairs like hours ago.
Why? What are you?
Could have stopped this too. I'm gonna have to live with the fact that every one of these people are dead in this room.
Grabs you by the like neckerchief area.
Neckerchief.
My neckerchief. Baron's special neckerchief.
And while his face is full of tears, like it's wet, but he gives you the angriest eye that like the angriest look that he's ever set and like given or that you've ever seen. Don't you fucking put this on your shoulders. This is their doing. You didn't kill these people. You didn't drive a blade through their chest.
Actually,
No. It was them.
They're all sleeping.
You didn't know they were up here?
I didn't. I was gonna say I do have to live with the fact that these people are all dead, but Morden's gonna help me get through that, and all those people over there are gonna help me. And I point to the group, not to the dead bodies. But
I'm gonna go up to Baron, put my hand on his shoulder, and be like, "Left is always right."
You're nowhere near them. You're nowhere near
has
them.
to be a part of
Just
every.
kidding.
Ina's
conversation.
praying
Just
with
kidding.
Rose.
She didn't actually do that.
Yeah, you're
just
praying
rub it
with
in.
me.
Left is always right.
We did go left from our direction.
He glances at the bodies once
100%.
again as he starts to begin to pick himself up off the ground. You know, these few here mark nothing of the vast sea of people above, which likely would have met a same fate had we not gone where we went.
Mm-hmm.
So you take your moment of solace, but just remember what we rid this area of today as we write their names in stone.
Agreed.
Wipes
On
his
our
face,
back, I think.
kind of smacks his face, get everything red instead of just his eyes.
I'm gonna do like a Rocky, like, and then help him up.
It kind of works. You're also about 4 feet shorter than him. So you kind of have
Sorry,
to
though.
you have to run backwards to kind of pull him up off his butt, but nobody saw it, so it looked really cool.
Nice.
But you get the bodies aligned and laid out in as honorly fashion as you can. Rose carrying her father,
Rose and her
Aenulf.
father kiss on the lips.
Aenulf,
Kiss your dad.
She kisses his
Sir.
forehead.
I'm
Aenulf.
just going off what you guys are writing about me fucking Aenulf.
I mean,
This is-
related.
This is why I have the chat blocked on my stream.
It's not
But anyway, Aenulf does his best to pick up Zagoon, but is quite a large man and kind of puts him over his shoulder. As he begins to lift him, he comes to consciousness just barely, enough to stand with help of somebody else, and they're about the same size, so they're able to move themselves.
Stop mimicking me. I'm trying to get this camera to fucking focus.
Aenulf informs you that once you return topside, they will send a garrison of their clerics, priests, paladins, what have you.
Perfect.
Rosalie's holding on to her dad tight, and she
And?
doesn't kiss him. You
Good.
freak. And she says,
I would like to get back to the temple. I want to make sure my father is okay, as well as my mother, of course.
Of course, we'll
It would
make
feel
our way
good
out.
to reunite them at last.
Do you head back the way you came, or out the tunnel that you guys discovered in the other room?
Rose
I-
would want to go out the way they came.
Okay.
Yeah.
How the fuck am I supposed to carry a man's body through a tunnel?
That was why I was
like to go
asking the
through
question.
All right, let's go.
For the sake of brevity, you make your way back the way that you came, passing through the chamber where you avoided a fight. You no longer hear the subtle grunting and growling of the what you believe to be spawn. There, it is dead silent. The muck on the wall has actually begun to kind of flake and fall off of the wall, almost like old mold on wood.
Ooh.
And there's also no more bloody ichor in the area. You make your way past where you fought the spawn, into the chamber before, and then back up into the Temple of Moradin, where you kind of have to shuffle and shake your way. It's kind of annoying holding bodies to get through the bottom of the Temple of Moradin with how cluttered it is. But you do eventually get back to the main floor, where you see that the metal barriers that had been dropped over the windows and the braces on the doors have been lifted. There is not a soul in sight on the main floor at the moment.
What? Is
What do you
that
mean?
good?
I'm
Is that
sorry.
bad?
I was paying attention to something stupid.
Why is
Oh,
there
what
nobody
did you
Thank you
say?
very much.
What do you
I'm
mean,
gonna
no?
rush to the window to see
Okay.
if there's still people outside.
In the
Roll a-
church, there's no one there?
Roll a perception check at disadvantage because it's like stained, foggy glass. You can't really see
Oh,
through it.
shit. Okay.
Wait,
Perception
I thought we
at
had a
disadvantage.
metal, like,
He said they were up.
Yeah, you weren't
Oh.
paying attention because you're chatting in chat over there.
No, we're not.
I can literally see everything you're doing.
No.
To be fair, Pork, I'm not with the group, so I
Yeah,
don't have to pay attention.
Yeah, you're
I'm
not with the
playing a
group, so
character right
you can
now.
do whatever you want. It's when they
You can
ask, what
have silly
happened?
conversations and then not get in any trouble for it, you fuck.
I'm sorry, but to be
Don't
fair,
worry.
this is
I
not
paid
a very
attention.
often occurrence.
It's just once per session. It's only during my turn. That's okay.
You know, that's
Don't
the
worry.
sad truth is that that's
Yeah.
honestly when it's mostly
That
happening.
is it, when it happens every time.
Well,
And I
that's because
revivify you.
we're the silly ones, and so we always it's like, oh, we have time to goof.
Be silly.
We goof.
Respect is a two-way street, gang.
Respect is for pussies.
Baron, what'd you roll for perception?
9.
A 9.
Okay.
It's
Just
like I
just
said,
whisper me what I see. They won't
it's
pay attention.
it's kind of frosted stained glass, you know, old church window, that kind of thing. As you look out, you can see figures moving in the street. There is no longer a line of soldiers that are wrapped around the building, or at least in the area where you're looking. You can see figures moving, and there appears to be almost similar to what you guys did down below by unshackling the bodies and laying them out. A mass of dark, shadowy figures out there, but you can't really make out what's going on. You can just see that there is movement, and there's a mass of dark, shadowy figures on the ground.
Did you say the doors were not barred anymore?
The doors are not barred anymore, no.
And okay, and the doors haven't been kicked in. So I'm gonna peek as slowly as I can out the door since nobody's come in.
Can Rosaline, if she noticed this immediately, she's gonna like go up the stairs for her mom, like immediate.
Okay.
Grapefruit.
I mean, you
Hello?
notice, you all notice that, well, except for Scalephone, you all notice that the windows are no longer like metal and the door braces are up. So you rush up to go find the room where your mother is staying. Father in arms. Ina, what are you doing?
I was wondering if there's a way, like, I could be like, "Hello, I'm in the church. Can I get the spell back? Can I get this?"
That's not how that works. That's
do
not how
that?
that works. No.
I'm in the church. Give
Please
me
let me
4
redo get my
slots
spell
back.
back.
Nope. That is not how that works.
Okay. I'm also gonna look. Or I'm gonna try and I don't know look for. I don't know. I guess I was gonna.
You notice Baron rush off to a window to peek outside. Rose starts running upstairs. You know her mother's up there. You figure she's heading towards her mother's room. Aenolf still has Zagoon in his arm, is kind of setting him down in one of the like pew areas that have been set up as kind of a triage station to rest for the moment.
I'm gonna talk to Booker.
You're going to talk to Booker? Okay.
Say
Sit and be
Booker?
like, "All right, gamer."
All right. You sit down, exhausted from the prior events, pull your squirrel and some like nuts and seeds out and start talking with Booker. Baron, you go to the front door, creak it open, kind of look outside, and you see there's a presence on the street. It is definitely not what you remember from the street from whenever you guys went down. With the guards surrounding the building, there are crossbow bolts stuck in the doors and the pillars out front, seemingly from when you guys entered. You glance outside, you see a few armed individuals. They don't appear to be guards, more like common folk that have armed themselves in some fashion. They're carrying makeshift spears, some ratty swords and things that they've managed to pick up along the way. And you glanced where you saw the shadowy figures on the ground through the window. And there is probably 30 or 40 bodies that have been lined up, laid on the ground. Go ahead and roll a perception check for me.
Okay.
Since you haven't really exited the building, you're just kind of glancing around a corner here.
8.
8. They appear to be the guards that surrounded the building, but from here you can't really tell. They have the same clothing, but you can't really tell from this angle. But what you do see is a few clerics that are going around doing the similar thing that you did, kind of leaning over the bodies, holding their symbol, praying, standing up, moving on to the next one, as some of the larger, more bulky individuals carry more over and start laying them in line. There's about 3 rows of 10 right now.
Where is Ina in relation? Oh, and I guess Anolf and Zagud are also in the main chamber.
Yeah,
right?
you turn around and Aenolf has finished kind of setting up Zagun on a pew, put
Yeah.
a rough blanket over him. Ina is kind of sitting in a corner type area. You see the squirrels out in her hand, and she's talking and feeding him nuts as she's kind of resting for the moment.
I'm just gonna yell out to them. We're not surrounded anymore. Looks like the townsfolk have taken up arms.
I'll say. Okay. I don't know.
While you're thinking about
I
that,
need rest.
I say, while you're thinking about that, Rose, you rush upstairs. There are no guards currently patrolling the hallway. You remember last time you rushed up here, there was heavy duty guards making sentry in this hallway, moving back and forth. You go to the room that you know your mother's staying in, open the door, and on the bed, asleep again. She's had a fairly exhausting couple of days. You see your mother laying there soundly asleep.
Rose looks around the room just to make sure nothing's there.
Okay, make a perception check.
Six.
Okay. Luckily, it's a small room. You don't notice anything out of the ordinary. However, as you enter, you father in arms and start moving towards the inside of the room, your mother's bed. You glance off into the corner, and in the corner, you see asleep a not heavily armored figure, but he's got some like scale mail on or whatever, ring mail, whatever the medium armor value is, with a spear like leaned into his armpit, asleep, kind of kicked back in a chair. There is a follower of Moradin. You haven't met him before. Just kind of legs up, kicked back, fallen asleep. Dude sleeping in the room.
Rose is immediately suspicious. She can't even trust if that's actually her own mother. And she just cringes a little bit at the thought that this is the position she's in. She can't even trust that this is her true mother currently sleeping in the bed. As she closes the door and tries to go back and try to get somebody who is better at determining these things than she is. She's still holding her dad.
Okay.
She doesn't want to put her and her dad at risk. But
So
she like
you-
softly closes the door and like takes feet, like walks slowly down as she like tries to get Baron, because I think she would think Baron's better at this.
Okay. The man in the room does not react to you shuffling in or shuffling out as he rolled a natural 1 perception check.
Great guard.
Yeah, he's fantastic. Does not notice you entering or exiting as you make your way back downstairs, father in arms still. As you get to the bottom of the stairs, actually, go ahead and roll me a strength check, as carrying a man for this long is quite a task, and your arms are probably starting to get fatigued.
Just strength?
Just a general strength check. Yep.
10.
Okay. You're starting to feel the wear. The muscles are starting to burn. Like when you like carry you're in a grocery store and you refuse to get a cart, so you just have your arms full of things and they're starting to burn. That's what's starting to set in, and you feel like if you continue this for much longer, you might start having some ill effects come from it.
She's gonna walk up to Aenolf first, who she knows and trusts, and she's seen that he put Zagun down.
Mhm.
So she's gonna just be like,
Could I leave my father here for a second? I've been carrying him the whole way.
Of course. He glances around for a second, kind of throws off like armor and a couple of like maces that have been laid down against a pew, just shoves them onto the ground to make room on a pew for your father to lay down as well.
she gently lays him there, brushes his hair and everything to make sure that he's okay, and then she gets up and walks over to Baron.
Thank you.
She says as she leaves.
Of course, I'll see if we have any means of aid around here at the moment. I'm not sure if we do, but I'll look.
She comes up to Baird and whispers,
I don't feel right about this. And I hate that I'm saying this, but I really don't know if the person up there is really my mother. Could you help me?
I can check. I can't check magically, but I'm a good judge of character, I guess. Yeah. I'll go
Yeah.
upstairs. Just so you know, I don't know if you heard me yell, but we're not surrounded anymore, and it looks like the townsfolk are kind of rallying against this evil. They're taking up arms. The guards that were surrounding us are dead. Um,
I feel a little suspicious of that. I apologize.
I'm
don't-
sure it's tough to trust anything right now, but I mean, it's the first kind of sign of good news that we've seen in a long time, so I'm kind of clinging to it.
You're right. I don't know who's friend or foe except for you and Ina and Anolf and, well, I don't know about Scalefound now since he left, but still. I won't trust it until I get a better feel of it.
Of course, understandable. All right, let's go see your mom.
I guess we can ask Ina to join just in case.
Brandy, just so you're aware, to get spells back has to be a long rest. Except,
I know.
Except for warlocks. So like you can sit down and have a short rest and your beast shapes come back, but in order to fully get all of your powers back, has to be a long rest, and that's roughly 8 hours worth of rest. So that you can actually overhear this conversation. It's a echoey church hall. So they're talking kind of in the center of it. And while you're with Booker kind of playing and talking with him, you can overhear them talking as well, especially since your passive perception's like 19 or some shit.
Right, let's go.
As you guys are going up the stairs, Rosalind's gonna pull out the sending stone and say into it that we're safely at the church. But she kind of tells Scalefound what they see. There's no metal bars, no nothing. There's dead bodies outside that we think are the the people who are trying to get us. The civilians seem to be arming themselves, and the church is really quiet and mostly empty, and we're suspicious, but we're not sure. Or she's suspicious, she says.
For your reference, Scalefound, you're following Drithla's lead, just basically bounding through the woods. She is able to track very well and is able to move very well through the woodland nature of what's around. You guys have made pretty good headway. It's still a vast forest above Estalia that you guys are moving through, and you haven't quite encountered anything yet. She's still following tracks at this point.
Okay.
So do you reply to her?
To Rose.
Mm-hmm.
Understood. Sounds like things are going well then. If the church isn't under lockdown, be cautious. I'll let you know we're still chasing you.
Okay, keep me updated or let us know if you need our help.
We've gone out quite a ways. If I need help, I'll just leave.
I put us back on the city map.
Hell yeah.
So you guys make your way into our Rose's mother's room.
Oh,
He still doesn't notice your presence, even Baron and Rose's heavy armor clanging into the room. As you enter, you see Rose's mother asleep on the bed, and a guard that is passed out in the corner. You know, spear laid up in his arm, feet kicked up, leaned back in the chair, just zonked.
I'm gonna put the back of my hand to Rose's mother's forehead.
Okay. Feels warm. Feels fine. She doesn't move. She's asleep.
Rose is actually going to approach the guard and just, hey.
Your mom's gonna wake up before the fucking guard does.
Yeah.
At the snapping and the whisper yelling, at the guard. You watch as the eyes kind of blink open, and then the feet like kick off of what they were on as he's like, oh fuck, and falls backwards in the chair as you surprised him so much.
Did I see his eyes when he opened them? If they're like,
I mean, yeah. Did you like if they're normal eyes?
yeah, like are they?
Roll a perception check.
They're cat eyes.
They're
Yeah.
blood red.
Oh, natural 20 plus 8.
The rest.
Yeah, you as Rose gets up and kind of like snaps, you like peek over, like stretch your neck out as far as you can, and you watch as the eyes slowly open and then wide open as he's surprised about somebody's just now in his face. They, for all intents and purposes, seem normal to you. They do not show that similar glint of yellow that you've seen before. They don't have any obscurities or anything like that. It seems normal to you.
Rose like folds her arms and go,
This is the kind of guard you are? You're going to sleep while on duty? That's absolutely pathetic. What if someone came here and slit my mother's throat? You would have never known. I have heavy armor, clanking and making so much noise, and I was able to enter and
she's chewing him out.
He doesn't say a word. His jaw is just like dropped as he's like he's on the ground. His hand, both palms are on the ground, legs are up, and he's just kind of like as you're yelling at him, and he goes to
Not yelling. She's like you know how a parent
Scolding.
kind of
But you're
scolding.
berating him.
Yeah.
He go. I'm rolling terribly for this one guard in particular.
Poor guy.
But it's honestly hilarious. He's like, he tries to scurry
a tough
backwards,
night.
turn over, pushes himself up and starts to run. But as he does, the spear that was laid up in his
Run.
shoulder gets like caught in between his feet and he fucking goes tripping, falling face forward into the ground.
Can I jump on him? Where you going?
Oh, don't. Just
Why?
leave
Why
the
you
poor
running?
man
He trips
alone.
face forward, hits his head on the ground and knocks himself unconscious. It is now just like,
my-
Oh, you
Guys,
can hear Rose realizes this and she goes,
You're joking.
he was probably up all night defending this place.
That was
Like,
I'm
let's-
gonna
I-
pick his pockets.
I rolled 4 natural ones for this guy, by the way. 4. You're going to
That
pick his
guy
pockets?
needs to go into jail.
Yeah, I'm going to.
Roll an investigation
Uh,
check.
By the gods.
Ina,
What?
Are you doing
I would
this in
try
front
and
of
stop
Rose?
you,
Yeah.
100%. You're robbing a cleric of
Actually-
the Temple of Moradin. What could I be more against?
Don't forget that you're doing it in front of the anti-thievery chick.
Yes. What could piss off
What'd you-
It's
Baron
not me.
more?
You're not hanging out with me, you know, where I'm like, yeah, that's cool, whatever.
What'd you roll?
A 6.
Okay. You find 5 silver and 7 copper, and then 3 pieces of paper that appear to be like ticket stubs of some sort.
I'll take the coins and be like, do you really think he should have been paid for the night work? And I can pocket it.
Rose immediately like smacks your hand, but not like in a playful manner. And I'm like, what are you doing?
Seriously,
How
you're
much did I get?
thieving from him?
Ina,
Not
at your
thieving.
fucking age.
5 silver, 7 copper. Like not a lot at all.
Worth it.
And you just
Good.
you
Now,
just
now his fucking family can eat, Ina. Great.
Do
Good
you-
job.
do you
Good
just
job, you old bitch. All
Do-
right, I'm gonna put 10 gold into his pocket.
did you just throw the ticket stubs back down on him?
What are the tickets for?
Roll an you don't need to roll an investigation check for it. You pull the money out, put it in your pocket, you look at the ticket stubs, and it appears to be of a show.
Risque?
Yes, very risque.
We
For the top
pocketed it.
for the topless tiefling is
Oh no, we ain't pocketing
what it says
We're
on
ripping
there.
those up. Rip.
they were stubs. So he had already been there.
You just destroyed the evidence. You helped him. Good
You
job,
did.
Ina.
You did.
Hey.
Good
I'm
job.
ripping up. I'm mad.
Liz.
Okay. He rips up the ticket stub.
Baron is fucking disgusted with Ina right now.
Okay.
Like he is
As you
fucking rattled.
go over and put 10 gold in his pocket, you guys hear Rose's mom begin to stir on the other side of the room with the loud clamoring of spear and ring mail falling to the ground. Hello?
While they look over at the mom, I'm gonna try and sneakily pickpocket him again and get that 10 gold.
God.
Roll
I'm
a
over
stealth.
the man.
Roll
like
a
I literally
I don't
just
even know how
did it.
Roll-
This is like when she tiptoed while I was looking at her. Like I literally have my hands in this guy's pockets right now.
Roll a sleight of hand check.
How?
12.
12. Baron, you immediately, as soon as you pull your hand out of the pocket, look up, you see Ina turn around and go back towards the body.
What the fuck are you, Ina? I'm not even joking. Are you like? Do you want me to hate you? I ask you not to touch the armor. You touch the armor. I ask you. This man has a family. Please don't take his
How do you
gold.
know he has
He's
a
cleric.
family?
He probably has a fucking family. And even if he doesn't, this is his pay. Like, it's not funny. What are you laughing at? I'm honestly, like, I don't want to hang out with you anymore.
Rose like
What?
ignored
What?
the
Give me a
situation with
reason
her
not
mother's
to.
side.
Give me one reason why I shouldn't hate you.
I think that's strong. I mean, you can hate me, but we're in this destiny together, so.
We don't have to be.
All right. I'm gonna let you hate me. I'm not giving back that. I didn't get the gold though.
You did not get the gold, no.
No.
Baron storms out of the room.
The mom's still in the room.
Yeah.
Rose, is that you?
Yeah, you pissed me off. He left. He's mad. You
Rose
get
is-
consequences to your actions.
Rose is kneeling as she looks at Baron, going, "Wait, no, please don't go."
Oh, he has a temper tantrum. It's okay. I've seen it once before.
I specifically asked him to be here.
She's giving you a like a
Tell Ina to get fucking lost.
What seems to be the problem? Let Ina help.
She's
There you go.
Rose just looks at her mom and goes,
So, do you mind explaining to me what happened while I was away?
Well, yeah, you left and the guards were around. Every few hours or so there was
Either.
sorry. Well, you left and the guards, they were around. Every few hours or so there was some sort of banging and noises heard on the walls. The people the guards and things held tight. And then something came and started ramming the doors, so they sent me back here. They never got through, but they tried.
You know what?
But I stayed quiet. I stayed up here through the night. Got very tired. And when I woke up, the barricades on the windows were gone and the doors were open. They were shouting in the streets. I saw them carrying people we knew, and I'm not as strong as you. I couldn't do it, so I came up here and just laid down and cried and I don't know when I fell asleep, but I'm glad you're safe.
Rose is listening to this shaking because she's like, none of this sounds good. I don't know what this means. But she's also suspicious because everything has made her suspicious because, someone can fake and pretend to be someone she cares about. So
I'm gonna
trying to determine if her mother is lying, but she gives a brief look at Ina, basically saying, "Do you think my mother is lying?" But with her eyes.
Roll some
I'm
insight
gonna-
checks.
Okay.
Before you say anything else, yeah, just go ahead, because you would have been there watching, and you knew that she wanted to make sure that they were fine and stuff. So
14, but I was gonna go and try and get Baron to come back.
Baron is outside. He's going to help those clerics out front
Oh, okay.
to blow off some steam.
okay, 7 for Rose. Rose, you're too distraught. You're caught up in the story. You're trying to make out what you can, but between the events of you dying, finding your father dead, and now finding out that the temple is not on lockdown anymore, you can't really make out anything indifferent to her.
What checks we have to roll again?
Insight, you said 14.
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Ina, you are able to take a little bit deeper look as you're from the outside looking in at this point. It's still, everything is a very emotional state, even for people not within the family, but you're able to kind of gain your bearings a little bit more, and you can look into the eyes of her mom. Even though they're locked on Rose, you can kind of see a little bit deeper. Everything seems heartfelt and truthful. You don't notice anything out of the blue. You don't notice a flicker of color in the eyes, or anything out of the norm for what you expect for somebody who's being truthful.
I'll look at Rose and give her a reassuring kind of nod.
Rose is looking at Ina, and she also nods, and she at this whole time her hands were on her mother's bedside, I guess, but now she clasps her mother's hands because she feels a little bit more confident.
I see. Do you know what happened to the rest of the congregation?
Congregation's the word, right, for people who are at the church?
Yeah. I'm not sure. And at that point, Baron, you go outside to help the clerics and things out there who are currently lining up what appears to be dead. As you get closer, go ahead and roll a perception check for me.
He's currently huffing and puffing.
Baron is
Stupid Ina!
Baron is done with Ina.
No, he's not.
He is.
She is too lovable.
She is.
I don't know.
I
You
think she's-
stole in front of both of us.
You stole
bad moment.
a guy's money who probably just spent the whole night up. Plus, you stole Baron's money. Plus,
No, I didn't.
You peed on his foot.
Tried.
You tried to. You peed on
Yeah.
him. Plus, you took the cursed armor. Baron thought it was cursed. Literally, the only thing he said, "Hey, don't touch." You tried to steal it. So Baron is very done with you in this highly serious, highly emotional moment.
What was your perception roll there, bud?
It was. Oh, I rolled persuasion.
Try again.
Persuade the bodies into getting into a nice wrap.
10.
You take a
Hey man, we're trying to
to
clean up here. You wanna get inside this here wrap for me, please? Thanks.
I rolled a 10.
A 10? Okay. As you make your way out of Rose's room and down the stairs, you can see that Anolf is still in the main hall, though he's found a couple of the other priests and things. He's got 2 or 3 around him right now, just kind of getting information. You don't make out anything that they're saying. You just know that he's at least engaging in what's currently going on in the city. You make your way outside and move towards the I don't want to say pile, but the line of dead that are out here. You see 4 clerics currently going. There are now 4 rows of roughly 10 each. They're kind of making their way down. They're staggered because some got there sooner than others. You notice 2 of the rows are for what appear to be guards. As you get closer, though, you notice that there's a slight scaly texture to one side of the face that the longer you look, the more it starts to kind of expose on the other side of the face. It's not scaly like Dragonborn scaly. It's scaly like what you fought down in the catacombs scaly. The other 2 rows are reserved for people of the city. It looks like all manner. There are some Yuan-Ti there that appear to have taken up arms. There are some humans, elves. There's actually a couple half-orcs that are in there. Few gnomes, few dwarves. Seems like everybody kind of pitched in once something occurred that allowed them the upper hand. Everybody kind of chipped in with it. And as you come to the end, so they're kind of like top to bottom, row 1, 2, 3, 4. As you come to the end of row 4, a very familiar, very elderly elven face greets you as appears the owner of the Red Wand stepped in to assist in the fight in the town and seemingly perished along with the people he was fighting alongside.
He died.
I'm gonna walk up to his body and I'll say a quick prayer.
As you kind of kneel down, close the eyes and clasp the hands, one of the soldiers that you've seen had been kind of marching through the streets comes up behind you. That old man put up one hell of a fight, I fucking tell you what.
What were they
I
fighting?
bet he did. He
Took out 10 of those fuckers just by himself. I don't know how he did it.
I mean, that's a great loss to the entire world. He was one of the last enchanters known to this world. That's terrible.
Yep, but at least he went out with a fight, am I right?
Let's not put his
Yeah.
stuff to waste, right?
And you kind of look up and you see this guy, and he's got a deep scar from like top of the forehead across the eye, down the nose to the side of his mouth that has just like dripped blood all the way across his face, and he's kind of holding his chest too. This guy got into the fight.
Who's all in the fight right now? Are you guys all?
Oh well, I think it's pretty well cleaned up at this point. He's kind of looking around. You can see there's more people carrying bodies. There might be a few stragglers, but looks like I'm pretty sure we've got it pretty well cleaned up.
I mean, I think we took out the leader.
I'd say you
just a
did,
few
because
hours
they
ago.
went from like organized and fighting to fleeing and fucking cowards, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, true.
He coughs up a little blood into his hand.
Oh.
Oof. A couple of our friends are tracking some of the people right now responsible for this. We have reason to believe they may be going to the Louis family household.
That place fucking burned to the ground.
Is it?
Yeah, that's
Oh.
where they were fleeing to, so we figured, take out their home, so we fucking burned it to the ground.
Very smart. I mean, I assume that was the right call. Did you guys happen to find a vampire there? Like, big
Fucking,
bad vampire there?
hey,
resting,
Johnny, this
or-
guy's talking about vampires. No vampires, just a bunch of these fuckers, and he points to the like half demonic figures that you've seen laying on the ground over there.
Okay. Well, do you require any help here?
I think I'm good, or at least will be. But I'm sure there's some other folks that kind of pulling everybody into all the churches and things. So, more than all the rest of this section. But I'll be all right. Got a nice scar to treat the ladies with, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, chicks dig scars. It's true.
And at this point, another guard comes up beside him and kind of puts him under his arm. Come on, man. We need to get in there. I'm fine. You can see now the bandage that's around his like chest area is starting to bleed a little bit. This guy's a badass, but
Fought the good fight. Okay, Baron is gonna just for the next few minutes see who he can help, if he can help with bodies and all that stuff
okay.
before he returns to his party.
All right. back to Rose and Ina.
Rosaline is currently still talking to her mom, right?
Yep. Yeah, that was happening in the interim, or at the same time you were insight checking him.
I'm gonna go down be with her dad while she's talking with her mom.
Okay.
She hasn't said this yet, but I'm pretty sure she'll say,
I found Dad, the real Dad.
As soon as you say dad, her legs flick, almost kicking you in the face as she kind of sits on the edge of the bed and grabs your hands tight. Almost tighter than what you normally squeeze strong Rose. Like, it is a guttural reaction to what you just said as her eyes go from like sleepy to this very concerned, almost like deathly state as she looks into. Yes.
He was kept in a crypt along with many other nobles. Chained. They killed almost all of them,
The grip loosens.
but my friends were able to revive him, and he's currently alive downstairs. He needs
Her
more medical attention, but
hand goes over her mouth as as tears begin streaming down her face.
Rose is crying too.
Is he here? Or she's kind of in shock at the moment, but
I do.
can we see him, or do they have him, or
no, he's downstairs. Do you want to go with me? He's not conscious right now. He fell asleep.
I would
but
like,
he's there.
yes, let's go. As she like stands up, kind of brushing off the like nightgown like clothes that she has on at the moment.
Rose gets up and do I like tower over my mom?
You're a good 5 or 6 inches taller.
Damn.
Alright.
Oh shit. She towers over her mom and guides her to downstairs.
You go downstairs where you see Zagund now has one of the more burly. He looks a lot like Aenulf. I said Zagund. Aenulf now has one of the more larger paladin-looking figures with him, as they're currently tending to Zagund as your father is seemingly healed as much as he can at this point. Zagund has kind of come to, and he's talking shit to both of the paladins that are now helping him out. I don't fucking need your help. Get off of me. That kind of shit. Your father is still asleep on the pew where you left him. Ina is currently by his side, with Booker on her shoulder, and she's kind of tending to whatever she can, cleaning him up a little bit, getting, the greasy face unstuck from his face, getting it to the side, getting some of the blood off of him and that sort of thing as you guys come downstairs. Your mom sprints forth, breaking free of whatever grasp you may have had on her, dropping to her knees, kind of sliding to the ground and laying her head across the like waist hip area of your father as tears are just pouring down her face.
I'll move out of the way. Give them space. And then
Yeah.
I'll pick her pocket.
No. No, you're fucking not.
She has a
If you
nightgown
do
on. She
that,
doesn't have any
Rose will
pockets.
Strike you down. You do not touch her
She'll-
parents at this
I
point.
will
She'll
not.
do it. She'll do it.
What do you think I was doing when I was wiping the blood off? Wipe the blood, pick the pocket.
What money would he have now? He's wearing rags.
Yeah, he's basically got like rags draped over him. Like if you start reaching in anywhere, you might find things you don't want to find. Anyway, you rush over, or your mom rushes over, and you kind of trail behind a little bit as tears are streaming down her face. Oh. Love. She kind of reaches up, touches his face. Love. You watch the eyes blink open a little bit. Hello, darling. They
Oh,
kind of
is he awake?
he woke up momentarily to her calls out.
Aw,
Pushka.
babushka.
She kind of curls up on the floor, much like how Aenolf collapsed on the floor, her laying her head on his chest area. He's still not moving very much. You can hear very soft whispers coming from them as they're re-engaging and rejoining themselves at the moment.
Hmm.
Is there anything you want to do right now?
Rosaline is seeing this, but she's like, I don't want to interrupt my parents right now. So she just smiles and just is like watching them reunite, but she wants to get to the bottom of what's going on. So she's gonna actually approach Aenolf and all the priests and stuff that are around.
Mm-hmm. I say so.
Can I,
Go ahead.
okay. Can I go up and like look? Because the mom had a bedroom. Is there any other areas where we could lay them that's not on the chapel ground?
There are plenty. He's currently laid out on a pew, and she's kind of like sitting on the ground next to him. There are other rooms up there that are open and available at the moment, as everybody's kind of out. Her father is, first of all, quite heavy and is gonna not be able to move himself, so somebody will have to carry him. So eventually, yes, there are rooms and stuff you could take him to, but being the small little gnomish figure you are not going to be able to move them yourself.
Maybe I can go get them pillows and blankets then.
Easy enough to do. You can run up to one of the other rooms, grab some of the unused pillows and blankets that are scattered about up there. Rose, as you watch your parents reunite, you look over and you see Aenolf and another paladin-like figure kind of fighting against the figure of Zagund, who's not happy that people are caring for him at this moment, as he's now awake. Oh, just let me... Oh, thank God you have this. He looks at the other paladin. Yes. He stands up and turns towards you, kind of brushes his pants off. What can I do?
Do you know what happened? I heard what Baron said, but I don't. And Mother told me about how people were trying to break into the temple, but I don't really have a full picture of what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, stories, everybody's story is a little bit different, but they all kind of fall to the same conclusion. We went down, started our expedition through the catacombs, and they laid some attacks against the temple every now and then. Eventually, I guess some sort of figure about the size that we encountered started slamming against the doors. When they realized that wouldn't work, he fell back and seemingly disappeared, as there's been no sighting of him since.
Like the demon?
Yeah, only something that large would be able to have the effect that it did on our doors. And he kind of points up, one of the braces is actually bent. And I mean, it's a 6-inch bar of steel. So I'm guessing something about that size. I don't know. Nobody saw it, as they were all kind of hunkered down waiting for something. But after we did our damage, it appears, at least that's about the timeline that works out, the infected, the right word. Yeah, infected, the other paladin says, started scrambling, as they, I guess, didn't have a leader. And so our people, the town's guard who weren't infected, some of the stronger townsfolk decided to take up arms, chase down what they could, burn down the Louis house where they seemed to be fleeing to.
Burn
And
it down? This is the first she's heard of this. Here.
that's the word that I've got, is that it's currently still smoldering, if you want to go look at it. But seems that most of them scurried about towards the Louis house, and so they thought it better to just rid the city of something like that. If they're going back to, maybe we'll take out a few dozen of them at a time if we do that. So they burned that down, left the rest of them scrambling for the outer gates. Few of them got over the walls. Most of them didn't.
What about the royal family?
Haven't heard any word, but didn't appear to be any damage to the main, city hall type. And they've got better defenses than we do, so I'm sure they're fine.
Mhm.
Rose is crossing her arm, like one arm straight, the other one's like holding on to it by her side as she's like rubbing her arm up and down.
I don't know. The royal family isn't completely clear, in my opinion, of this situation. But it's good that the Louis family is hopefully taken care of. Hopefully. The Wiley family, a Feast family, and possibly the Altice family.
No, it's Altice for sure, Wythe family for sure, Effie's maybe.
Have been infiltrated by people who are pretending to be the heads of the family. I mean, you saw the bodies of the real leaders.
As you're saying this, his very stoic leadership kind of presence falls, his shoulders drop, and his eyes fall to the floor. Yeah, I know. Inhales, gets back to that stoic stance, but we got more important things to worry about right now. Cleaning up what's left, finding out what's left, if there is anything left, and helping what people we can that have been involved with this situation. So,
Right. And we'll need to check up on all those other information, other people that we need to make sure that they are not still possessed. Or, well,
She also goes, oh, by the way, Scalefound and Black Dragonborn, whose name I forgot.
Driftfly.
I was gonna
Driftla.
say Deirdre. No.
I knew it started with a D, I just couldn't remember.
Driftla are still on the trails of whoever we saw or encountered inside of the catacombs. They went through the forest. They're still going through it, hot on their trails.
Are they
That's
like
it.
this way?
That's all you said, right?
Pretty
I
much.
didn't think you said anything.
Yeah, that woods that's above the city on this map. Yeah, they're
Well,
way
you
up
know,
there.
it would be
Rose wouldn't
really
know where the tunnel went.
True.
Rose wouldn't know where the tunnel went.
But you
But-
said it was
You
in
were
the
in a
woods.
forest.
Oh yeah, I said I'm in the woods. I guess I
Yeah.
didn't specify
You
north
know,
or
it'd
south though.
be super fucked if when we cut to Scalefound, he's in the Louis family house before it gets burnt down.
Yeah.
I laugh, but I'm scared.
I
now.
laughed, but I want it to happen, he said.
No, I don't.
I should tell Scalefound what you've just told me. This is all valuable information, and I'm sure him and Driftla will need to know this as well. I am not sure what to do with myself right now, honestly. Oh,
She just hugs him out of nowhere.
and goes, I can't thank you enough for helping revive my father.
You feel a shudder in the breath, like somebody who's trying not to cry. We've all got our places here, and felt mine was there at the moment, so you're welcome. As the two large arms wrap around you as well, and a tight embracing hug. You can sense he's still fighting the urge to cry. I'm gonna have to turn chat off for this fucking game.
No.
I'm so sorry. I was not expecting that.
It was revenge for me. I'm sorry.
Okay. Anyways, back to a serious moment. She
As all of this is happening, while you regather yourself, Scalefound, you're following Drithla through the woods, bounding, stopping for every now and a second or two while she picks up the tracks. Every now and then has to ask Ileana if she can smell or sense any kind of thing. It takes probably a good hour and a half to 2 hours getting through this this terrain before you finally come to, it's not a clearing, But there's no trees here, as it appears that there was some sort of rock slide from the mountain. And where you come to, you can see there is like two rocks that have been slammed up against each other. One of them like driven into the other, making this like triangular archway. Holy shit, I'm sunburned as fuck. I just noticed how red my face was. Anyway, this triangular archway in front of you out of stone that has this roiling mist coming out from it.
Mm-mm.
That looks suspicious.
The trees and vines, some of the rock has turned black. They're all curled and gnarled, almost being stretched and drawn into the cave entrance that you see here.
What do you think, Drithla?
I knowing what I know from previous encounters, think we've found its place. As the Ileana lands beside her, kind of kicking up some of the brush around you guys, wrapping the tail around Drithla.
So you think this is the vampire's lair? There was two though. So is someone else in there, or there's two in there and the
Well,
vampire?
I don't necessarily know that what we were following were necessarily vampires, but maybe working with the vampire. But what I know about vampires from my previous encounters is that this is eerily similar to their abodes.
Communicating with the dragon,
Ileana.
and it's an intelligent creature. From that bird's eye perspective, from like the shapes of the rock, did it look like a big structure? Like what would be like the estimated size if it's not dug into and goes deeper? Like if it's just what's inside, what looks like would be inside this space. How big would that
Square
area
feet.
be?
From the bird's eye view, it looked like it was from the front that you're looking at currently back about 30 feet long, about 20 feet wide. So probably you can make the assumption that it goes down and not is just one thing, not like a building or something.
Do you think we should wait for backup, or do you think we could go in and finish this?
She kind of thinks to herself now and looks at you. Like I said, I'm not certain on timeline on what it takes for them to come back. It could be a day, it could be an hour. It's been roughly 5 since we slayed him. We could go in under the assumption that it takes a day for them to recuperate, or we can wait under the assumption that it takes less. I always like having backup, but I'm not against going in with you.
Do you think Ileana is a getaway strat? I am honestly on the side of going in, and if we have to retreat, we retreat. How fast do you think we could get out of there? I have a few spells in my capability to put some distance on us first, but that's only spells. Can Ileana carry us into a safe height? Get away?
One of us. She's not quite strong enough for more yet.
It's daylight out right now, though, correct?
Currently, yes.
What time of day? Like noonish?
Late afternoon, 4 or 5-ish. The sun is at the setting part, but it hasn't begun to like reach the horizon yet.
So about an hour left of daylight.
1 to 2, somewhere in there.
Well, we do have daylight on us, so as soon as we get outside, we're safe.
Yes, and I have things that can make us sneakier, but not necessarily quick to retreat kind of spells. So, or means of that. But like I said, I'm fully willing to charge in with you if you'd like.
I got a few tools up my toolkit still. If it goes bad, we just retreat out, head back to town. We have some daylight to protect us to get back to town safely. Let me give the group a call real quick. Little message.
Of course.
Rose, are you there?
And at the time you're
Rose-
finishing your conversation with Aenolf, you hear a scale-found voice in your ear.
Rose has been hugging Aenolf this whole time. Like, just we're gonna like hug this shit out. We had a bad day today, and she's like,
Mm.
basically like, thank you so much. You and Baron basically saved me and my family. And she let go as she goes, sorry, Scofound is calling me. Calling is
Yes.
Is speaking to me. I have to go talk to him. Thank you again.
as she like wipes her tears off of her face and grabs the sending stone.
You
And
hear a
walks away.
big anyway, Zagoon, sit your ass down as you walk away.
So you there?
Yeah, no, sorry. I meant to talk to you, but yes, I'm here.
Okay. Me and Dritla have found what we believe to be the lair. It's about
That's good.
1.5 to 2 hours trek in the northern woods.
That's
Because there's daylight out, we think we've deduced that probably the vampire's resting place is here, and the two swords were potentially Thrall's, which I believe the two of us could definitely handle. I think we're gonna go in.
what? Alone? No. You shouldn't
Not
do that.
alone. We don't know how long it takes for the vampire to recuperate. I don't want to have to deal with that bastard again. If it's bad, we are retreating immediately. We still have about an hour's worth of daylight. We'll be in and out if it's bad. Then just run.
That doesn't sound safe at all. That sounds foolish. You
This
don't
whole
even
day
know,
hasn't been safe.
you don't
but I
even
want it to
know
be
if
to an
there's
end.
only one.
If it's bad, we'll get out. Dritla is confident in our ability.
Rose is like getting Ina's attention, and she's like, she like relays this information to her.
What the fuck are you doing, mate? We told you not to go in. We told you to look, see if you found something, and then get out. Tell us where you
I
were.
want to know that I hear none of this. 'Cause
Yeah,
she's not
yeah.
with us,
You
so.
don't.
You don't
Yeah.
hear anything.
Oh,
Look,
I
Ina is upset
imagined I grabbed
about-
the stone and then said it.
Oh, okay.
grab
So you
grab
did hear
TL.
I am strongly opposed to this. I do not think it's safe. You don't know how many there are. You don't know if it's just him. You don't know if he's already revived. Look,
And she like turns to Aenolf, who's been busy.
do you know anything about vampires?
Not besides what we learned today.
Does anyone?
Thinks to himself. Nope.
Who are you talking to? Why do I hear does anyone? Who are you talking to?
I am talking to the priests inside of this church who would probably know a lot more, except I guess not.
A little distracted. You see a fist
Well-
go flying and kind of hit him. Like
well,
he
Dritla-
dodges out of the way, but it like catches the chin a little bit.
Dritla has fought these things before.
Uh,
I think we can handle this. I want it to be over. If it's not over, we're running. I am confident in my ability to get the hell out of there. And knowing that Dritla can ride a fucking dragon, I'm pretty sure she can get out of there too.
Can
I
she
know-
ride the dragon? Because I could ride the dragon because I was small.
She can. It can only hold one
I
person.
think she rode it once.
Yeah. She wrote it when she first encountered you guys.
Mhm.
But
Need I remind you that you literally just perished about a couple of hours ago?
I'm
What
strong
doesn't
now.
kill
I
you
got this.
makes you stronger. And then I put my
That-
stone in my pocket.
That
is so
So-
foolish. Rose
Tune-
is upset to hear this, and you can definitely hear her going off, like ranting about how.
As
and
I
I'm
was
like,
hanging up, effectively.
yeah, but
Um,
you can still hear it. You just
Mhm.
can't talk to her,
I'm
right?
gonna go out the door. Ben, Scarfield's being a fucking idiot. Get back in here. We need
Good
you.
luck.
You to locate him. He's going into the lair alone. We gotta go for him.
Do not go into that lair alone. If I have to walk out there right now, I will.
You can't still be mad when our party friend is gonna kill
I-
himself.
As Ina walks
Baron does not.
outside and Baron is praying for the dead, Rose is jawing at Scalefound through the sending stone. Scalefound turns to Drithla, gives a nod. She waves her hand in the air, and you feel exceedingly light of foot as she casts Pass Without a Trace. You begin making your way towards the lair of the vampire.
Yeah,
I didn't come out.
And
to
that's
say
where
that,
we'll
like,
pick up next
funny.
time.
Ah.
You just hear Rose like needling, like, "Don't you fucking do that! Don't go in there and get yourself killed."
Tune in next session for Scalefound's single player dungeon crawl.
Where he dies.
Yeah,
Yay!
we get to roleplay sitting in the church waiting.
You guys have means of getting there. It's 2 hours of foot travel through woods that you're tracking. So they had to stop, track, stop, track, stop, track. You have a druid that can transform into things that can move quickly.
Also,
If Baron wants to get on my back,
this is entirely what
Probably
Scalefound
doesn't.
would do. It's like, you got to be the hero down there. I want to be the hero here.
you were the hero. You killed that one guy almost single-handedly.
Yeah, what the fuck?
When was she as a hero? She died.
Honestly, it's more because Scalefound wants to have like just a
Lapras wants
one-on-one
to
hunt again. No, Scalefound would want a one-on-one hunt with her
With her
again
girlfriend,
because
yeah.
that's a memory resurgence. So this is a reliving of that.
Yeah, you definitely
sense.
pissed off Rose.
Me?
When has he not?
No,
No.
Scalefound.
That's true.
When has he not pissed off Rose?
Ina and Scalefound go off on their own
True.
adventure.
Yeah, so Baron, or Panties, you know how you were thinking like Baron is really heavy on himself because instead of going left, you went up or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's literally what happened. You could have gone in there to save them or gone to fight the big baddie.
100%.
Yeah, and you guys went to fight the big baddie.
Hey.
Just saying.
That's what happens. That's D&D, baby.
Ina would have
Good
been right.
That's
But she also probably would have robbed them all, so
very
whatever.
true.
It's-
I only robbed him because he was a dumb bitch. Either you're an idiot who fucked up your job, or you shoot at me.
Yeah, so
Let
that
me-
guy. Also,
Let
that
me
guy.
put it into context here. Baron thinks, hey, these guys just were under an onslaught by vampires for
So
the
were
entire
we!
night. The bar was fucking bent. The guy was probably up all of the night. Probably saw some of his friends die, maybe.
Probably
I don't
scared
know.
for his life. Too, like, the
Maybe
amount
some of his
stress.
family
were we?
members are dead in the basement there.
So are ours?
So he was like, yo, this poor guy that just knocked himself out probably doesn't deserve to be robbed.
It wasn't robbed. It was. I
It was
lightened his
robbed.
load.
It
I would
was
say
robbed.
Scalebound would probably be disappointed in Ina for that.
It
Like,
was-
that level.
Yikes.
It's
Yikes.
enough.
Scalebound would be
It's
disappointed.
enough.
Yeah.
Bull.
Yeah.
I will
Yeah.
say,
I'm
truly,
compassionate. I'm an asshole, and I take money, but I also give money.
That's me too,
truly,
though.
I haven't
Like-
seen you bribe anyone.
I give money like nobody's business.
She
name
does
time.
though.
He does.
She
Yeah,
gave
it's like-
more money
She just-
to a
she
candy
just
store.
doesn't-
Do you not remember that?
She just doesn't bribe. She just like throws money at people. She's like, "Here you
Yeah.
go. Here you go. Here you
I
go."
think Ina
steals from the
doesn't really
poor and
see
gives to
money as
other poor.
important at all. Like, I think that's kind of why she steals like money
Look,
so freely.
I
It's
want
important
It
Scalebound
doesn't
to
mean
have
much.
this dramatic kill the vampires and leave without anything. That's all I want, guys. So that leave the group.
But yeah,
clueless
with
as to
that-
what happened.
With that guard, just whenever
Yeah.
Rose first entered, he nat one on his perception roll.
Mhm.
And then you guys both entered, and he nat one again on his perception roll.
Lord.
This guy deserved. You tell me he didn't deserve it.
I'm most
Rose
concerned with you
tired.
chewing him out.
Rose snapped and whispered, and he rolled like a 19, I think, something like that. So he woke up, and then he rolled a wisdom check of like 3 to see if he was scared or not, and he was terrified. So he tried to get up and run away, and then he rolled another natural 1 on his like athletics check and tripped over his own spear. He was having a rough go of it, man.
He's having a rough life.
Oh, thanks for playing, guys.
Yes,
No,
my
my
puppy.
lord.
Not as much combat, but you had some dice rolling going on. Oh my god,
This
you can
was a good
see
session.
you
This
can
way,
s-
we didn't have any combat. It felt like we had
The hat
combat in this
mark.
one.
the
honestly.
hat mark.
You were doing intense rolls to revive.
Nice. Panties probably knows all about the hat mark, right?
Oh, I know the hat mark.
Oh no.
I know,
Alright.
I know all about
Have a good night,
Alright.
guys.
that. All
GG
right.
Panties.
gamers.
Farewell,
Thank you.
gamers.
Feel better,
better.
Pan Pan.
Yay.
Ah,
Bye.
pizza no more. Bye.
Bye. You will next week.
Bye.
Have a good night, guys. All right, Chatteroni and cheese. Does this still work? Hey, it does. Thanks for hanging out, Goofin. Anybody else who's there? That was a good session. They actually got the dad back to life, which I didn't expect. I just about moved my mic away from me because I'm a fucking idiot. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, guys. We'll be back next week for some more D&D shenanigans. I'll be back on. Actually, I might be on tomorrow because I have tomorrow off work. And so I'll need something to do to pass my time. So I'll see you next time. I hope you guys have a great rest of your Sunday evening. I'm going to feed my cat who's currently asleep next to me. We're going to do one little kitty cam before I go. Just for you guys. Turn this off. Kitty cam. Bow. He's sleepy boy. He's sleepy boy. Hi, Stinker. Yeah, sleepy. Oh, yeah, stretch those toe beans. That's my boy. All right. See you next time, Goofin. Thanks for hanging out. I love you. I appreciate you. And I'll be back on next time. Good night.